you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Ten, nine, eight, seven, six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. A very warm welcome to all of you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I am Rita Sharma. I'm presenting again as a senior host for you another episode which is celebrating the 25th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. It's a very beautiful episode where we'll be having a lot of experts and people who are into the world of Tai Chi and Qigong. But before I tell you about the secrets of this, let's start with Gayatri Mantra. You can hold any affirmation as you like. Mine is the Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः Welcome. Qigong is a system of coordinated body posture and movement, along with breathing and meditation, which is said to be very beneficial for health, for spirituality, and also it is a realm that has its roots from Chinese medicine and is spread worldwide where people practice it, cultivating the balance of mythical life force called as Qi. Tai Chi is an internal Chinese martial arts practiced for self defense and health, known for its slow, intentional movements, beneficial for mental, physical, and spiritual health. Bill and Angela Wong Douglas created the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day 25 years ago, and this is now celebrated worldwide in more than 80 countries. Bill and Angela are also the creator of the Global Transformation Project, which is related with mind-body practices approved by United Nations and also introduced in the education systems in various parts of the world. Today, I would like to invite my guest as well as our resident contributor and our co-host Keith Sharp with me. Before I give an opportunity to Keith, I would like to say a few things about him. Trained as a highly skilled artisan in marine and general engineering environments, moving into management, he worked throughout the world dealing with personnel from shop floor workers to ministers of states. He had his first lesson of Tai Chi in 1995 whilst working as an expat in Saudi Arabia, began teaching in 2022 and became convinced that Tai Chi and Qigong, suitably adapted, would be perfect for our aging population health, for our well being, as well as the lifestyle benefits. Last 8 years, he has devoted realizing that the ancient cultures of China and India have an immense potential. He's in the social media world as well as he provides the prevention techniques and highly effective solutions to many of today's health problems. Welcome, Keith, and a global namaste to you.
Hello, global namaste to everybody here today. And I'm having a challenge, as always. Bill and Angela have not connected yet, although I've sent them, I think, 3 occasions information. CJ, I don't know whether you can help in that area. I'm
Keith,
co-hosting today.
it's a good episode today, yes, and it's the 25th anniversary we are celebrating of Tai Chi and Qigong. I would request you to give your message before we invite our first guest. Your message
Indeed.
on this day. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, right. Bill and Angela Wong Douglas, 2 initiators of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. I came across Bill in late 2002 and downloaded on somebody else's system his book called Teacher Handbook. And it led me on to understanding more about how to have an earning and income from Tai Chi and Qigong. It's been a foundation of many, many things that I've done over the years, and it gives me inspiration, gives me guidance, and I think today it is nothing more than a full tribute to their initiatives, their devotion, and their work in promoting Tai Chi and Qigong, particularly for health and well-being throughout the world. I see that my sister-in-law Pat is here. She's sort of older than me, and she loves doing her little bit of Tai Chi on a weekly basis. So thank you to that. And I'm going to take the advantage now, if I may, of introducing CJ Rhodes, who heads up the organization called Health, Prosperity, and Leadership. And initially, she was going to leave this program in around 15 minutes' time, but has managed now to provide us with cover for the afternoon. CJ, may I ask you to say a few words and start the ball rolling? Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you. First, many thanks and much appreciation for Keith Sharp, Neil Kumar, and Dr. Amrita Sharma for putting all this together. Man, what a tremendous accomplishment. I know what it takes to put something like this together, and it is a lot of work. And of course, Bill Douglas, Angela Wong, and Siobhan Hutchinson. We appreciate all the fabulous work that they do month in and month out for World Tai Chi Day and Global Transformation Project. As I reflect on the 25 years since this fabulous event started, I must reminisce about the very first time I called up Bill Douglas on the phone, which I think was about 2001, when I was just starting the Tai Chi Chuan Enthusiast Organization. And Bill himself answered the phone and answered my questions about some of the resources that he had on the website that I had. I was amazed and awed by his dedication and drive to make World Tai Chi and Qigong Day the successful global event that it is. And I am proud to say that all the efforts of Bill, Angela, and Siobhan, and all the organizers, most importantly, all the organizers, because of them, there has been tremendous good done in the world. Now, I'm a numbers person, so I'd like to share a few numbers with you. And so give me a moment here to just share my screen. Oops, wrong screen. There we go. This is, if you haven't ever gone to the website and scroll down down below where you click on the search to see the events, this is our world map of all of the events that have taken place that we have recorded. Obviously, in the early years, there was no recording of any of them. Bill started recording them in about 2015. And so these are a the huge number of events that we're able to make. This map is now dynamic. As of last year, it was made dynamic. So when you add a new event, your little E shows up immediately so that you can see the things. I also want to show you, this is the list of the events by country. And you can see that there are, no, hold on, let me get down here. You can see that, yes, most of them are in the United States because that's where it started, but there is a huge number of countries in this list, as you can see. And we have 81 countries that we have recorded events in. And of course, not all events are recorded, are posted, as you could see. And here is the chart of the number of World Tai Chi Day events that have been posted by year. Now, before 2017, it was a system that was not designed to store the year or who the organizer was or even the country. It really was just a system where you put your name, you put the name of the event and the location, and that's all that got stored. So we don't really know that one actually goes up way up to over 900, but that's a joint compilation, a whole bunch of them, and we have no idea which year, if it was once or twice or whatever. So now we're storing them by years. We started storing them by years in 2018 and 19. And of course, we had a huge impact in 2020 because of COVID. We also, at that time, our system wasn't really set up for online events because we didn't really have online events back then. So people may have had them online, but didn't post them because we didn't have a place where you could say it was online. You had to enter a location. And, you know, if it's online, there is really no location. And so but these last 3 years are absolutely reliable. not only do we have the actual location and the country, we also have the organizer, their name and their email, because you have to be approved now as an organizer. Back in the early days, anybody could post, and we didn't really have any controls over it, which of course is probably one of the reasons why the earlier systems got hacked, because there were no controls. So now we do have controls, and only approved organizers can post their events. Now, I have to also add, we actually estimate that there's 3 times more events than get posted, mostly because of the approval process. There's a little bit of a process you have to go through. And you'll notice that this year, the numbers are a little lower. We had like 116 this year rather than 123, which we had last year. And I think that might have been due to the fact that Bill Douglas and myself, both of us, were just way too busy in early March and April. We didn't even open up the approvals until 2 weeks before the event. So new event listers couldn't list an event until about 2 weeks ago. We did send out an email. We got a whole bunch then, but it was kind of late in coming because of our schedules. My schedule's unbelievable this semester because of my university. Okay, so I know that there is a plethora of fabulous people, and that that's going to be speaking. So I don't want to take any more time. That's all I wanted to share. But if anyone has any questions, please feel free to contact me at any time, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Okay, Amrita,
Thank you.
or all right.
Yes, it's really wonderful. And we have William Douglas as well with us. Great data. Well done. This is really remarkable on your part. And Keith, let's have a message from William Douglas before we move further.
Yes.
Can we make it a very short one, Bill, please?
Yes. I just wanted to apologize. I was here the whole time, but I didn't have the sign on. I got the sign on. And then the other thing that happened was, as probably a lot of you know, we're giving away the new 2nd edition of the Gospel of Science on Kindle, Amazon all day today, except Amazon screwed it up. So when I woke up this morning, I had an email from somebody, I think they were from England, and they said, "Hey, what's going on?" And I told everybody, and they can't get the free book. So my hair's been on fire all morning trying to get this worked out with Amazon. So I am so sorry that I wasn't visible and participating, but I was listening the whole time. I'm thank you so much for this, and I really apologize.
Well, William, your quick message before we move over to all our viewers who are listening to us and all the participants on the World Tai Chi Day. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, did you guys hear anything that I said a minute ago?
Oh, William is
okay.
Perfect. Welcome
Yes,
to Healing Our Earth. William, welcome to Healing Our Earth. We'll be having you officially a bit later. We are going to move on because there are so many people who want to pay tribute to you. We are very proud, and particularly Keith Shah, who has been working tirelessly for 6 weeks, just compiling, including CJ, who's been helping, and Sharon and others who have been helping. William, stay around, see the tributes that you are getting, buddy, and we'll come back to you later. CJ, what a wonderful presentation you did. You actually gave us the quantum and geography. It was so beautiful. Maybe when you are a year later, we might want you to put those stats again. So CJ, stay around. We'll come back to you a bit later. Keith, over to you. While we are waiting, Keith, for 3-4 guests to come, Dr. Wai-Ching Lee is here if you'd like to take her. And obviously, she is a very good part of not just the Qigong and Tai Chi, but she's part of Healing Our Earth as well. So a global namaste to you, Dr. Wai-Ching Lee, and over to you.
Global namaste, Wai-Ching Lee.
Hello, pleased to meet all of you here on this tribute to Bill and Angela Douglas. And so, Keith, thank you for putting this on, really, truly. And you've contacted me many years ago. Shall I just then go ahead and with my honoring of Bill right now?
No, can we leave it until later, please?
Yes, I thought that you might want want to be sequential, Bill, you know, organized mind.
Rita and I are trying to encourage. So what I would like to do, if it's possible with Nishat, is that we go on to video cluster
Yes,
one.
we are ready with the videos.
The problem is that I've not received anything from Damon Bramich, so I will fill in there. So if we can have John Munro and Peter Corey, that would be very, very helpful, please, Nishat.
Okay,
All
so
right,
we
I'll
will
come back
watch
on
some we'll watch some videos and come back to you while we're waiting for other guests. So Nishit, whenever you are ready, kick in some video messages for those people who are not able to join us here because they are in a different time zone. So yes, Nishit, as soon as you are ready, please kick in some videos.
If you like, I can fill in a few details about Damien Bramich, if you wish, so we can fill in.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Please
go ahead.
Damien is somebody I contacted quite a long time ago, and he runs his own organization called Newcastle Tai Chi in Australia. And he is a world-renowned person from martial arts right the way through to many other regimes as well. And he has been living in Colombia for some time. And it's been very difficult to track him down. The original idea was he was returning to Australia about 2 days ago and was going to be very, very tight for time to provide any information in the form of a video. And so I would like to thank him for all his support. The challenges to getting something done over a 48-hour period is virtually impossible, but I really appreciate his time. And so we can go over now, if it's okay with everybody, to John Munro from New Zealand, who represents and owns, I believe.
Yeah, and Keith, it's time to show the videos as well. The videos are ready.
Long White Cloud Qigong over there.
So let's start
Hello
with
there.
the videos.
I'm John Munro from Long White Cloud Qigong. And over the last couple of weeks, I've had some interesting conversations with some of my students around how much of a positive benefit they get from their own Qigong practice, but then also how in their mind they see that practicing Qigong is actually making the whole world a better place. Now, how does practicing Qigong do that? Well, for a start, when we practice Qigong for ourselves, it tends to make us happier, healthier, and more harmonious with nature and the world around us. So of course that's good for ourselves. And then when we share Qigong or teach it to other people, well, that gives other people an opportunity to have those same benefits of being happier, healthier, and more harmonious. But the benefits to the world around us go beyond that as well, because each healthier, happier, more harmonious person has a subtle influence on the other people around them. Even if those other people don't start doing Qigong as well, simply the presence of someone who's healthier, happier, more balanced has a positive impact on them and tends to help them to also start to become healthier and happier and more balanced as well. So when we practice Qigong, it has ripple effects out to people around us. And sometimes that might mean that they start practicing Qigong as well, but sometimes they gain other benefits from just us being happier and healthier too. So on this 25th anniversary of the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, I would like to express appreciation from all of the Long White Cloud Qigong community of instructors and students all around the world for the inspiration that Bill and Angela had in the first place to found the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, and then the effort that they've put in to promote that and share that with people all around the world. It's something that has made quite a big splash with ripples that continue to flow out from that. Through their efforts, so many people have heard about Qigong and Tai Chi and taken up the practice for themselves. So again, with respect and appreciation from all of the Long White Cloud Qigong community to Bill and Angela for the great work that you've put in starting and promoting the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day.
Hi, I'm Peter Kelly from Forest Rock Qigong. I'd just like to congratulate both of you two, Bill and Angela, for your extraordinary effort you put into 25 years of the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. It's a great tribute to your dedication and your passion you have for the Tai Chi and Qigong. I know you're also involved in community outreaches, which involves the schools and governments, and I think it's pretty impressive how much work and contribution you've done in these fields. I also see lately you've been involved in the Global Transformation Project, which I think is a very cool thing. I've been following that as well. So your work in the wellness and the health industry it's very inspiring to me, and I think it's just well done to you two for all the time and effort you've put into it. All the best for the future, and have a great celebration. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you, Nishit. Okay. Can I
Wow.
have a filling time? Is that okay?
Keith, amazing videos, and what a marvelous message from all three of them. And this meditation is a kind of medication which even I promote and tell so many people is a self-healing modality, and that's what I like about the traditional therapies. And these kind of messages, they always give you a new realm to understand yourself. And it's time, Keith, to welcome our next guest. Over to you. Thank you.
Right. Well, we're doing very well, Amrita, on time scheduling here somehow. I don't know how, but it's not my wizardry. Our next guest is a lady I've followed from Shanghai, Double Dragon Alliance. I'm not sure how to explain this, but this lady, Rose Oliver, now is residing in Chicago, which is, I suppose, Americans' version of Shanghai. And she's doing some fantastic charity work with the Four-Legged Friends. So I'm going to ask Rose to pop in now, if she wouldn't mind, and just say a few words. Lovely to see you, Rose. Global
Thank you very much.
namaste.
Global namaste, Rose Olive.
Thank you very
Global
much.
namaste to you.
Thank you very much. And
A very warm welcome.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I'm really honored and excited to be a part of this day. And it's thank you very much to Keith and for Tai Chi and Qigong Alliance UK for all the hard work they put into organizing everything, and everybody's involved in all of this event today. It's absolutely wonderful to be a part of this tribute to Bill and Angela Douglas. I'm really honored to be taking part. Really just sort of very quickly, I've also been a long-term practitioner of Tai Chi, going back 30 years plus now. And Sunday mornings was always Tai Chi in the park for us. So it's lovely to be in Chicago on Sunday morning, and I'm happy World Tai Chi and Qigong Day to everybody, whatever time of the day it is for you. Morning here for us. Started off very misty and foggy, and now suddenly very bright, very beautiful, which is perfectly apt for Tai Chi on a Sunday morning. I'd just like to also echo some of the comments I've heard some of my fellow participants saying about their tributes to Bill and Angela Douglas. I think really we can say that they've captured the interests and passions of the global Tai Chi and Qigong community. And it's a testament to their dedication that this day has grown into the day that it's become. It's now become like a mainstay in the Tai Chi calendar for so many people around the world. And there are activities organized all over the world with their own individual flavors, as they should be. But the whole core tenet of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day is love Tai Chi and Qigong, practice Tai Chi and Qigong, improve your health and well-being through Tai Chi and Qigong. And that seems to be the central core of all the activities that are run on this day. And that's a tribute to Bill and Angela Douglas. You know, founding this, initiating this movement has been a tremendous achievement. As somebody who's practiced for a long time myself, as many of you have, we all know how hard it is, not just to begin something, but to maintain it and keep it running. And not just to keep it running, but to work to build on that idea. And I see the work that they're doing to try and promote Tai Chi and Qigong to an even wider audience, and to bring it into the mainstay and mainstream of the world's health and well-being programs is really inspiring. And I think that this sort of idea that World Tai Chi and Qigong Day is about Tai Chi practitioners is correct and is wonderful. But I see through their activities and through this movement that every day, every year, more and more ordinary people are taking up Tai Chi and Qigong. So it's really because of Bill and Angela Douglas that's been making Tai Chi into something that's a part of people's everyday lives, but more people who were never interested or didn't know anything about Tai Chi and Qigong have gained that access because of this movement. So it's really something that I'm proud and to be part of today, and I'm really proud and to be part of Tai Chi on a global scale every day of my life. And I think that we all should be sort of happy to be a part of this day and feel that we are working towards a common goal, making Tai Chi into something that's a mainstream healthcare activity for all people across the globe. And one thing I just wanted to add before I sort of wrap up, something that I've really been a big part of is Tai Chi in the community in Shanghai, as Keith mentioned, and to see the elderly population, the older seniors in the park every day, actually, not just at the weekends, but in the park early mornings, doing their Tai Chi exercise, doing their Qigong exercises, and people in their 70s and 80s whose lives are really sort of kept vital by this practice. I think that's something I also would like to see for the future for citizens around the world, so that we all can benefit from this fabulous healthcare system that has been a part of Chinese people's lives for so long. And I'm very happy that through Bill and Angela Douglas's work, that this is something that can be realized. So I'm really excited to be part of the day. Thank you very much for inviting me, Keith, and happy Tai Chi and Qigong Day to everyone around the world. And thank you very much and enjoy your day.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Rose.
Rose.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Amrita,
Yes, Keith.
I want to just take a moment because, if I may, is that Rose has brought up one of the main activities that I like to promote, which is having practiced in the parks in China. I am convinced that with the Indian and the Chinese exercises, there is so much to be gained by the elderly population. I started activities with regard to our aging population here in 2016, and there are 12 million, and I repeat that, 12 million over 65s in the UK, which represents nearly 20%. The total population of the UK is around about 66 million. And in USA, Rose, over 65s make up 65 million people. There is such a large target over the next few years. And I appreciate you raising that very, very sensible point. We all need to get out there as much as we can. The other thing that I want is that on exercise is it really physical exercise? I now use this as a mental and a mind activity. I cannot get out and about and do the things that I would like to. And I'm now in my 85th year. So
Wow.
I qualify.
A very lucky age, very lucky.
Amazing.
And my sister-in-law is waving because she just has a few years on me. Right. What I would like to do, and I'm not sure if he's available at the moment, but our next on the list was Tevye Feng from Vietnam. No?
We can't locate him, Keith.
Okay.
And the next person, but Wai Ching is here, who is also in line.
What I would like to do then is mention a few words about Tevye, if I may.
Please go ahead. It'll be fun.
Okay. Right. Tevye resides primarily on the coast of Vietnam, and I've now known him for some time. And what impressed me was his knowledge, not just of the physical and the other states of our body, but the fact that he looks at things in a very constructive way. He has a fantastic method of actually teaching people and is very good at his, I suppose, his way and his means across Asia. And I'd love to see him linked up with a number of organizations in the States, because I think certification is high on his list. He has a good curriculum, and I believe that what he's achieving over there, and I don't have her here today, but Nina London, who has been traveling in Thailand and in Vietnam, has met up with Tevye, and so we are promoting it as far and wide as we can. Having said that, I'd now like to introduce a very good friend of mine. I hope she is. You are currently in Singapore, I think, at the moment, because I'm never sure where you are. All right, so I'd love to hand over to Dr. Wai Ching Lee, and I'm afraid I get rid of these titles. I now refer to her as my friend Amalia. Amalia, over to you, please.
You are my friend. Thank you so much. We're all friends here. Global namaste again to everybody.
Global namaste.
Yes, and I am actually calling in from Bali. So this is just to situate myself, right? And, as a tribute to Bill and Angela, I say I honor you, Si Heng and Si Mui, that's clan brother and sister, for all that you have done all these years. and really to create this matrix of light, of qi around the planet. And we know that as practitioners, we are channels, we are instruments of qi into our beloved earth. And so we bring in the celestial and terrestrial energies onto the planet. And what you both have done is that you've activated so many places, so many of the light nodes in each one of us and in the places, in the sacred geometric places of the world. And this is what you've done as Qigong practitioners, and you have with your vision. And so I so honor both of you so very much as founder of Infinity Quantum Qigong, another little light node that is building together this golden matrix of light that will make such a difference in the coming years as we integrate ancient wisdom into the modern day living and make it a simple practice, a loving practice for the earth, and bringing in the very best of who we are as our souls, and coming in from the Wu Qi into the Tai Chi and into the yin yang of this everyday life. So I thank you so very much from my heart. And I, as a associate producer of Quantum Chi, will be talking about you even more so later with Sharon Rose. And as a representative of World Council for Health Asia, I invite you to be one of our official members, as Healing Our Earth is also. So welcome, and I honor you again. Thank you so very much for the work that you have done and will continue to do.
May I? Dear Amalia, thank you very much for that wonderful tribute to Bill and Angela. We have a few moments. Would you be kind enough to explain some of your activities around the world that you seem to be continually on the move? What are you doing in Bali? What have you done in Ecuador? just if you don't mind, it's a nice filler because we're coming up to a buffer zone. And that would be lovely.
Oh, you're using me as a filler. Well, this is all about Bill and Angela, not about me.
But this is about Tai Chi and Qigong for the world as well.
Yes, thank you. I actually did teach Qigong and Tai Chi, and especially the Infinity Quantum Qigong around the world. And that's why I pop up in different places. But really, it's just channeling into the sacred sites. I've been to a lot of ancient sites to visit and practicing Qigong, sometimes alone and sometimes with my students. And we are all quite very conscious about our spiritual selves and our celestial connections and why we are here to practice Qigong. And it goes beyond just practicing movements and meditation, but really clearly in purification and embodying the ways of the world, the ways of the ancient warrior of who we are as Qigong practitioners. So that's what I've been doing around the world, is also activating beautiful souls to more higher frequencies and to the realizations of who we are as Qigong practitioners. Thank you, Bill. I see Bill going.
Okay. Can we take a few moments, Bill and Angela, and it's lovely to see you both. And
yeah,
where have you gone? All right.
Right.
Would you be kind enough to say a few words at this slight intermission that we have at the moment?
Yeah. I just wanted to say how beautiful that was, listening to what you said. I was really moved by that, and I really appreciate it. Really deeply. Thank you.
It was really beautiful, and especially our celestial connection. This is such a deep core theory, which I think is so important, which is a real connection to the world. Even if we are alive or we die, and just love this watching. This is really beautiful, in fact.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one thing I wanted to mention, as you were speaking, about the activating the lights around the world. If anybody hasn't read Dr. Roger Nelson's book, Connected: The Emergence of Global Consciousness, the cover of his book perfectly represents what you were talking about, this global lights popping all over the place. And yeah, he was the researcher at Princeton that discovered that there is a global consciousness that can be measured, and that World Tai Chi Day increased coherence, measurably increased coherence in global consciousness, and so did World Yoga Day, and so did World Peace Meditation Day. So in June, World Yoga Day is going to be spreading around the planet. So it's like we're charging the planet. We're starting to see, and it's so amazing how all this came together, because the Global Consciousness Project was founded in 1997, and the first World Tai Chi Day was in 1998, and that's when Dr. Effie Chow founded the World Congress on Qigong. It's so magical, when you stop and look at how all this is unfolded. And the way you described it just is so beautiful. I can't wait to go back and watch this video and watch what you said about 10 more times.
Thank you. Well, what we practice is poetry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we know that it's poetry in motion, and meditation in motion, which is then connected to our divine selves.
It's really interesting you say that, because at our World Tai Chi Day event yesterday, me and Angela had gone to a poetry reading about a week before. And so the poetry people asked us if we had any announcements. And so we said, yeah, we're having World Tai Chi Day next Saturday. And so some of the poetry people showed up. And so I introduced all the Tai Chi people to the poetry reading organizers. And I said, you guys need to start going, because every Tai Chi teacher, whether we know it or not, is a poet, because we're always struggling to articulate experiences and feelings, like a poet does. Yeah.
How perfect is that?
Okay,
we're writing the poetry of the future of the planet, if you think about it.
Yes, you are. And let's write some poetry. Let's read some poetry of what we've done, written poetry.
I have a poem. I have a poem, if you want to hear it real quick. It's pretty short.
Yeah, I would love to. I write poetry.
Okay. It's called An Awakening.
I think there is a question for you as well. Can you please tell us about your Word Council for Health?
Maybe later. Let's listen to the poetry first, shall we?
Definitely.
Please
go ahead.
Okay, well, it goes like this. It's called An Awakening. Life had the appeal of a West Texas jail, till the siren of life dropped her 10,000 veils, and the truth that is me no longer whimpered but wailed like a million volcanoes neath King Triton's mad gales. Through the womb of a dream, I redefined me, I an army of armies, a trembling leaf on a tree. Faith not the issue, belief had now become me, far beyond definitions of a word called free. Beyond nightmares of Auschwitz, beyond precious Christ, beyond a mocking constipation I once referred to as life. Through my eyes all could see. As creation breathed me, I was everywhere and nowhere in between matter seems. I was young and old, meek yet bold, walking paths so far past the tiny roads we'd been sold. No preacher preached it, no president decreed it, but if your soul had a hunger, this is the trough where you'd feed it. Deep inside, we all see it. In simple truth, we all be it. So be it.
Bill, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Amazing. And
beautiful.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I see that we're also having a time frame situation, and I don't know if I'm correct, but it looks as though Tevye from Vietnam is on. Is that correct?
So Keith, you are right. Tevye is here. He is not switching his video on. Maybe let's see if he can just speak. Tevye, if you just want to even speak, yeah, he's there. Tevye, go ahead. Over to you.
Thank you. And I just tuned in and heard You guys were speaking some beautiful things, and so really, really wonderful to hear. And thank you so much for the opportunity. And I don't want to interrupt, but yeah. So, yeah. So, would you like me to speak, or do you have any questions?
No, I'd love you to speak a little bit from the heart here, Xavier, because I know how dedicated you are to spreading the word relative to health and well-being. And you and I agreed that we would play this one by ear. So I'd love you to do whatever you can to pay a little bit of tribute to these wonderful people in the States, but also to mention what your organization, White Tiger Qigong, is actively engaged upon at the present time. Thank you.
Okay, so to give a little context, I started Qigong at the age of 7 because I was born with chronic illness. My sister was born with pneumonia. My brother was born with rickets. My grandmother died an early death of a respiratory disease. We have colon cancer, heart disease in my family. You name it, we pretty much had it. And my parents didn't want me to be on medication my whole life and with doctors. So they got me into Qigong at the age of 7. And my father had done Qigong since before I was born, and it really helped him a lot. Fast forward later, I was in a brutal car accident. Doctors told me I had to have surgery on my spine. I never had the surgery because I learned a little simple Qigong exercise that healed my spine. And now my spine is in better shape than most people less than half my age. And I attribute that to Qigong. Later, I worked in a Qigong clinic in Chaozhou, Guangdong province in China, working with cancer patients, people with difficult to treat illnesses. And my first person I worked with, he was dying of liver cancer. He couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't smile. After just a short period of time of working with him, he was able to eat, he was able to sleep, he was able to smile. He invited me into his home and treated me like a family member. And it was that moment that I knew that this is what I want to do the rest of my life. It was at that moment that I was with someone through their darkest times, through their suffering, and sharing with him a path that helped me through my darkest times of my life, when I had nothing, when I felt all was lost. And Qigong was my home, it was my center, and it still is to this day. So since then, I began to work with people coming to China into the temple I was training at that time in Wuishan in Fujian province and running retreats. Later, that grew into more formalized retreats and seminars. And I began to work with education experts from Stanford University and Harvard University to put together a university-style curriculum with Qigong, with traditional ancient Taoist Qigong. And I wanted to bridge the gap between East and West. I wanted to bridge the gap between the ancient and the modern. So I worked with neuroscientists and sports science experts to put together a curriculum that really brings something tangible to the modern public, something that you can get immediate results and understand why it works. And so since then, White Tiger, we've grown tremendously from literally zero. Now we have over 60,000 members within White Tiger Qigong. And I'm really grateful for the opportunity. And my mission really is to reach 10% of the world. And I feel that all of us here are on that same mission together. Because why 10%? Well, that's the scientific number for a tipping point. And we need to make a massive shift in human consciousness, because I believe we're at a critical juncture in human history where we have the path of destruction and war, or we have the path of light, love, and healing. And I feel everybody here is on that path of light, love, and healing. And this is what we need, and we need to come together like this. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity, because we need to make that massive shift in human consciousness. And Qigong provides that path because it reconnects the person with their own spirit, connects their spirit with the body, with the breath, and then connects with nature, with Tao. And so this is the way that we can make a difference in this world today. So that's where I stand now. Currently, White Tiger, I work with several nonprofit foundations. Number one is the Borneo Nature Foundation, working to restore rainforests that were scorched. And then I also work with the Liberate Children's Foundation, helping children who are trafficked into sexual slavery. And so I'm very honored to be able to work with these groups because it really touches my heart. And I feel that we need to do something to give light and love to those who have suffered in this world. And this is the path to which that can come to fruition.
Tevye, would you be kind enough to maybe mention Bill and Angela in your thoughts on this and how we can all work together?
Okay, so how we can work together, number one, is I think what we're doing now, all of us coming together, we need to, I believe, create a mastermind of sorts of how we can deepen this relationship, create an epicenter, a power center. And then, so because each one of you has your own students and your own reach. So if we're able to reach and look at it like a tree, if we can come together like a tree, like roots of a tree growing, and then everybody's a branch, and that branch reaches another person, that reaches another person. And that is a way that I believe that we can make that difference. Now, how to do that now? That's a question you and I, Keith, have worked on for several years now. Going through, and it's a very interesting question. It's a question that requires in-depth conversation with a lot of people, and so we have to be careful because when you're doing something that's good, there are those who want to destroy. So where there's light, there is dark. Where there's yin, there is yang. So I think coming together with people who really care and want to do good with this, those are the first steps.
Good. I have mentioned to one or two colleagues about the difficulty of having a top-down understanding of what we're trying to achieve. And so we have many, many individual elements, but who is at the top? Who is in the middle? Who's the doers? Who are the critics? And we all know that we have our critics, but when you listen to Tevye and others with the sincerity to do good for the world, it beholds us, I think, to come to some agreement through maybe this forum or some associated forum. The balance, I recall my first conversations with Neil. What have we got in common between India and China? It's the ancient cultures, wonderful prana, the chi that we can actually develop. I class this opportunity as a tool towards that tree. Maybe, Tevye, we are the roots here now at this moment, and hopefully we can go on and continue our dialogue, not just between you and I, but between all of us, without any confusion, but working together. And I really appreciate what you're doing, and I'm sure everybody listening here has learned something from you. I'm really grateful for your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. I appreciate it. I'm honored, and I hope we can do a lot more. So I look forward to it.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Tevye in Vietnam, keep on doing good work. We are very proud of you. And Bill and Angela, you can see people world around are recognizing what you started 25 years back. You actually started before that, but 25 years back, you started a legacy. And Keith, thank you for bringing it around. Keith, shall we move and watch some videos for now, for those people who were not able to come live, and then we will move on to Dimitri in United Kingdom, the Tai Chi Pavilion, and Hans Finn in Norway. So let's look at some of the videos. Bill and Angela, sit back, relax, and watch these videos. Over to you.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for inviting me, Keith, to speak at this Healing Our Earth event and the 25th anniversary. It's hard to believe it, isn't it? 25th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. It's amazing. It's amazing all started by Bill so many years ago. Right. My name's Mark Peters, and today I'm going to be talking about Tai Chi in the Park and the events we're doing, Simpson and so on. But first, I'll give you a brief background about myself. So I've been practicing Tai Chi for the best part of 40 years. I originally trained in Malaysia, Singapore, Taiwan, and I've been running my own club, Kai Ming, for 30 years. In fact, 30 years, March 2024. So it's my anniversary event this year too. I've been a regional member of Tai Chi Union since it started. I sat on the board for 10, 15 years, and I was the chairman for the last 4 years. Keith and I worked together developing the national standards with SIMSPA, which came out in March 2022 after nearly 6 years of hard work. And really it's brought us together to enable that whole industry of health and well-being in the sports sector to be tightened up, to improve the quality control. And we'll get back to that later, and Keith will discuss that too. Really, I'm here to discuss about Tai Chi in the Park and how to make it more inclusive. Whether you're aware, or certainly in the UK, there's a process called social prescribing, and there are social prescribers. It's about inclusion, and so you can go to your GP and they will prescribe you an exercise, an activity, not just medication, but you can get Tai Chi on prescription, walking in the park on prescription, all to get people more active and more involved. So I started a Tai Chi in the Park project originally in 2011. First of all, at the local festival, and they said, will we carry on? And so, yeah, it grew from a small group, about half a dozen people in one park in South Birmingham, to 25 plus parks across Birmingham, to a more national project where other cities and even other countries came and visited us to see why what we were doing was working when some of their projects weren't building. And the reason it worked so well is because I was teaching, guess what we could call social Tai Chi or social Qigong. So rather than traditional in-depth study of the whole art of Tai Chi, same as yoga, you could call it social yoga, and in-depth study of the whole art. Social Tai Chi and social Qigong was about being actively a part of a group, being active in terms of exercise, but of mind and body. Tai Chi and Qigong are mindful exercises. And doing that enabled people to get much more involved. Each year with the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, this encourages more people to spread and connect across the world. And that just spreads the word more easily and helps people connect much better. The Park project closed obviously due to COVID 2020. But then once restrictions were lifted, outdoor activity was the first to be allowed. Although I'd been doing Tai Chi on Zoom and on YouTube for free to get people involved. So it was Tai Chi from my garden to get people involved. Once those restrictions were lifted, we started again and grew again to over 25 parks across Birmingham. And I started a Facebook group, Tai Chi in the Park. So if you go into Facebook, search Tai Chi in the Park, you'll find a group, you can join, it's free. And it shares information, videos from my own classes, from other classes across Birmingham, from other classes across the world. Sometimes I stream live, so you can join in from wherever you are. Other people share pictures, photographs. The only rule is it has to be outdoors. And getting people more involved, the group's grown to the best part of 2,000 members, and more people join all the time from all around the world. In addition to this, I get involved with many hospitals and a number of research projects. We started painting a rainbow, I think it's 2017, to get, maybe longer than that actually, 2007, to get a support group involved where hospitals could refer patients with chronic conditions. And I trained staff in hospitals, so physios, OT, specialists, exercise instructors, all to get people involved in Tai Chi and Qigong, so that some people with a cardiac condition might not like going to the gym, but Tai Chi is really inclusive. And so they come to those classes. I train the staff in the hospital, they run the classes in the hospital, and then when they get discharged in the community, they can attend the classes and through Painting a Rainbow, through the Facebook groups, all to get people much more involved. The sheer nature of the mind and body approach of Tai Chi and Qigong makes it by nature a mindful activity. The two research projects I've been involved with, one was for cardiac rehab. We ran a study for 18 months at University Hospital Birmingham, and the impact was so great on patients that we got funding for the first ever Tai Chi video on the NHS. So you can get it from your local hospital. It's prescribed to patients, given out exercise classes. It's fully available across the UK. Tai Chi, a video of Tai Chi and Qigong available to patients that they can practice at home and support attending classes. It's amazing. The research really showed the difference. Another project we did is now referred to as the Tai Chi versus Zumba study. You can just Google search that and you'll find the study where we compared Tai Chi as an activity against Zumba. The idea was to show how older adults can be more active. The expectation was that Tai Chi would show improved balance, improved relaxation, improved circulation and so on, and Zumba would be more aerobic. That was what the expectation was. We knew, well, we expected more, but that's what they believed. And surprisingly enough, when they did all the tests, blood samples, scans, everything else, they showed that Tai Chi was actually and is actually as aerobic as Zumba. There's the same improvement in elasticity in blood vessels, same improvement in oxygen levels. There's no desaturation from people with heart conditions or lung conditions. So overall, Tai Chi and Zumba were shown to be as aerobic, and Tai Chi was also shown to reduce anxiety, improve balance, and improve flexibility. So it really surprised people. So more and more can be involved than they ever thought before. The studies are freely available. You can contact Keith and he'll get them sent to you. Or you can contact me. My email address is markpeters@kaiming.co.uk. So that's KAIMING.co.uk. Email me, I'll send you any information you want. Well, obviously, Keith will send that for you. The more we realize how inclusive Tai Chi and Qigong are, how more and more people can take part, whether it be indoors or outdoors, whether it be seated or standing. There's really no contraindications, there's no exclusions. The only reason people wouldn't do it is because they find it boring or there's no access in their area. But online has made that such a difference. People can access anything, anywhere these days. And the SIMSPA standards and the Tai Chi Union for Great Britain and the Healing Our Earth and the World Tai Chi and Qigong Days all increase people's awareness, all improve the quality standard. And as the standard pushes up, the quality pushes up, and the access to people pushes up. That's all we all want to do. Heal our earth, support people. If you think of this, it reminds me back from my engineering days that when I ran a factory, we put in something called a preventative maintenance plan. And that plan was that you would schedule in maintenance work to ensure the machines didn't break down and keep the production running, rather than wait until they break and try and fix them. If you think of Tai Chi and Qigong as preventative maintenance planning, if you practice regularly, you become fitter, stronger, more active, more able. It's your preventative maintenance. So don't wait. People shouldn't wait until they break to repair. They should prevent damage in the first place by regular practice. So thank you very much. I know there's a lot of really good people coming to talk today, and you've got a lot of information to share, and I appreciate being asked. Have a great time. I wish I could be there live, but unfortunately I'm just not available and not around on that date. Have a great day. Thank you very much, Bill. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Keith. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Mike Barkham, and I'm president for the next 3 years of the Tai Chi Foundation. The Tai Chi Foundation was set up in 1975 by a guy called Patrick Watson, who was one of Cheng Man-ching's students. And Patrick set up the school not just to teach Tai Chi, but specifically to teach other people to teach Tai Chi. His idea was that we would have a teaching curriculum and we would train Tai Chi practitioners how to teach. And so that's what we do. And as you can tell from those dates, we're coming up on our 50th anniversary next year, which we'll be doing some celebrations for. I apologize for not being able to be here live. Unfortunately, we also have an event running in parallel with this, so hence why I'm doing this short recording. But I am pleased to be here to thank Bill and Angela for 25 years of World Tai Chi Day. I came to Tai Chi actually slightly less than 25 years ago, so as a student, there was always a World Tai Chi Day. It was something I took for granted. It just was something that existed. So I'm grateful for that. A group of us as students always used to practice in the park on a Saturday morning, but World Tai Chi Day was always a special Saturday. The numbers grew from their usual 10 to 20 up to 50 or 60. And I loved the feeling that we were part of a wave of Tai Chi spreading across the world on that Saturday. I think too often as Tai Chi teachers, we tend to focus on what's different. You know, we have our different styles, our different forms, some different principles or beliefs. And I love the fact that on World Tai Chi Day, we can come together. And so I'd like to leave you with a short video which focuses on one thing I think we really all do have in common, which is a belief in the cultivation of Qi. It comes from the introduction to an instructional video we produced on our own form of Qigong, which we call 5-element roots and branches Qigong. But that's not important. What it is a lovely little video on Qi. So it's only 2.5 minutes long. Please enjoy the little video. Thank you.
What is it to be alive? To have energy and vitality, resilience and flexibility, to marvel at the universe, to delight in living, to have deep reserves of energy and power that last your whole life. The Chinese call the energy of life Qi, a force so powerful it holds the universe together, yet so gentle it supports the very beginnings of life. Roots and Branches 5-element Qigong comes from the movements of Tai Chi and the 5 elements of classical Chinese medicine as taught by Professor J.R. Worsley. In Roots and Branches, individual Tai Chi postures are held, and simple movements are repeated to support lifelong balance and health. Special massages bring energy to specific areas and systems of the body. Tai Chi Grandmaster Professor Cheng Man-Ching was influential in bringing Tai Chi to the West in the 1960s. He was also a noted doctor of Chinese medicine, holding the position equal to Surgeon General. Professor Cheng prescribed specific movements and postures to his patients to aid in their healing. His senior student, Patrick Watson, founder of the Tai Chi Foundation, wanted to preserve this healing knowledge. Patrick asked his senior student, acupuncturist Pat Gorman, to interview Professor Cheng's patients in the 1970s and 80s. From Pat's notes and insights, she developed Roots and Branches 5-element Qigong with the help of her fellow Tai Chi teacher and acupuncturist, Hedy Sporkin. Everyone can benefit from Roots and Branches 5-element Qigong. The natural principles and gentle movements enhance the experience of any stage of life, and even return us to that wonderful feeling of being fully alive.
How about that, folks? Nishit, I think you stopped that one very well. Thank you. I just want to take a few minutes, if I may. I'd like to contribute a little bit on what Mark Peters was saying. Mark and I have been working together since 2016, and we are convinced that with all the wonderful procedures that are going on around the world, that we require some form of measurement, some form of not control, but sharing quality. And in the UK, we have set up a partnership and an agreement, which has resulted in professional standards. Those standards are not intended for martial artists. They are intended for instructors of Tai Chi and Qigong in a health and well-being environment. Having mentioned or having listened to Tevye Feng in terms of curriculum, there are loads of people out there with fantastic ideas. Let's get them together. Let's have some professional standards. We need some form of measurement that says those that are actually identified as qualified Tai Chi and Qigong health and wellbeing instructors are able to get insurance. They're able to understand links between complementary therapies and the medical profession. And what we're trying to achieve in the UK is for Tai Chi and Qigong in adapted forms, agreed forms from the many, many systems that are around to be part of the National Health Service and more particularly approved by the Department of Health and Social Care. And we know that this is common practice in some of the places in the States, in some states, but it's not recognized worldwide. And I think through what Bill and Angela have achieved is such a wonderful platform to be able to expand on that to the next phase, which is the global transformation project. Standards are common to me, being from an engineering background, measurements in machine shops, bench work, working with a multitude of skills from electricians, electronics, pneumatics. I don't see any real difference between the human body and an aeroplane, tank, ship in terms of how we can improve performance. The session that Mark held in Birmingham between Tai Chi and Zumba was most interesting. Would you believe that the Department of Health and Social Care through Public Health England at one stage paid £1 million, I repeat that, £1 million to have some of the NHS workers have a Zumba class. £1 million of Tai Chi and Qigong would be worthwhile. So where we have curriculums, where we have quality, maybe we can share that alongside the beliefs that we all have as individuals. I'm now wishing to move on to the next because we're doing fantastic on time, Amrita. Wonderful. Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. And I want to introduce a gentleman that I came across. Okay. This gentleman is something unique. He was born and raised in Latvia. And I came across him by accident. And so I'm going to try and say, Привет to Dimitri. Where have you gone, Dimitri? I can't see you. There you are. Dimitri.
I'm
it's
here,
wonderful.
With you.
Okay.
Global namaste to you, Dimitri.
Good afternoon.
A very warm welcome as well.
Good afternoon.
I have to say something to you, which is incredibly funny to me, is that you know my relationship with the Tai Chi Union. They have issued a map with red stickers on for everywhere in the UK.
Yeah.
However, the first question was, why is there none in Northampton?
Yeah, yeah. I
I,
saw it was first question. Yeah,
I leave the session to you if I may now. Thank you.
yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon to all. My name is Dmitry Fedyanin. I'm from Latvia, but now I live in Northampton in the UK. But before I will talk about myself and Tai Chi, I want to thank Bill Douglas and his associates for realizing this great idea, World Tai Chi Day. And it's not because I started my path in Tai Chi after that, but because I saw in an opportunity to bring people together based on an interest in their health and an understanding of the importance of working with the only material object we are given for life, our body. I was first convinced of the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day in 2015 when I accidentally came across information about World Tai Chi Day in the internet and decided to hold it in Riga. At that time, we had 5 to 6 clubs that hardly communicated with each other. It was a competitive relationship, although the Latvian Wushu Federation invited everyone to participate in events and competitions. Surprisingly, everyone liked the idea of the Tai Chi Day, and masters and students from different schools gathered in the city's central park for a joint event. I have to say that after that event, there was a lot more exchange activities between schools, and also World Tai Chi Day was celebrated with great interest every year till COVID started. Now, using this podium, I would like to share my point of view on the very essence of Tai Chi. I believe this ancient art deserves to be reinterpreted in modern trends as well as further developed. Tai Chi is super ultimate, or it's quite difficult to get for me. It's some kind grand limit. And limit does not mean the edge of something. Chinese tell us about a nature way of things. Not higher, not lower. Not less, not more. Not wide, not narrow. Not further, not closer. As much as needed. In other words, it is a harmony. Tai Chi Chuan has one more term, Chuan. A lot of Tai Chi practitioners say we do Tai Chi for health only, not for fighting. We don't use word Chuan. Chuan is a fist. Altogether, we get the fist of a grand limit. What the fist of a harmony? Or is it fist of what the fist is in context? Of course. It is not something heavy we put into boxing gloves, let to break a nose to this guy opposite. A fist consists from 5 fingers folded together. Fingers are concentrated in one point. Focused. Chuan, fist, means focusing, not aggression. Let's connect all together. We have harmony and focusing, the root of Tai Chi Chuan. Each of you knows, once started, you apply Tai Chi principles in all spheres of life. Tai Chi is a lifestyle, as well as you know that to be healthy is better and cheaper than to ill. Tai Chi obviously increases quality of life. According to my experience, I believe that Tai Chi is not just a martial system, not just a system of gymnastics, not just a system of meditation and movement. Tai Chi today is a wonderful technology of power management. The world is built not of objects, but of the interaction of forces. Everyone who is even a little familiar with pushing hands or to show knows how important it is to interact properly with the opponent's force, to feel it. With experience, you learn to interact with any forces in any sphere of your life. And this is not only about health. A technology that allows you to bring your life into balance, achieve your goals, preserve your health, improve your quality of life. Sounds like magic, but no, it's all Tai Chi. I'm sure you are not everyone can take it right away. That's not a bad thing. Just keep calm and do Tai Chi. And one day, the understanding of Tai Chi as a powerful technology will come to you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dimitri. Okay, Dostivenya. Okay, before we move on, just a word to everybody who's already taken place and spoken or submitted a video. It's going very, very well, and I'd like to congratulate everybody on their input to date. And therefore, I would now like to move on because we're into the European area. And the next person that I'd like to introduce is a gentleman from Norway. Are you there, Hans? Where can I see you? Yes, you need to raise yourself up a little bit, Hans. Thank you very much. First time I came across Hans Fien was some years ago when I was dealing. You need to unmute yourself. There we go. All right, I've done it. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good, 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 good. I first came across Hans through the late Dan Doherty. Dan Doherty was one of the inspirations throughout the UK, setting up with others long past called the Tai Chi and Qigong Union. And it increased in size across Europe. And Dan started off the movement for a European Tai Chi organization. And I know that Hans became very deeply involved with that and very close. One of the challenges that I had several years ago was working with Dan and understanding the difference between martial arts and Tai Chi and Qigong for health and well-being. And I'm delighted to offer a few moments over to Hans to speak for a few moments. Hans, over to you.
Thanks, Keith. Hello, my name is Hans Finne. I want to extend a warm greetings to Bill and Angela. I've been following your work for a long time, and I'm truly impressed and grateful in the contributions you have made to the Tai Chi and Qigong community. A special thanks to my friend Keith for inviting me. I'm the former president of TCFE, Tai Chi and Qigong Federation of Europe, and retired in 2016. Since then, I've developed a unique form of Qigong, the Spiraling Qigong or Nordic Spiraling Qigong, as the first Norwegian ever to do so. You will see a snippet of it here, additionally. I'm trained in craniosacral therapy and acupuncture. My most significant contribution to the world of Qigong is developing a simple method to achieve grounding or song through a straightforward muscle manipulation technique that yields immediate, remarkable results. We will film that in August. This method has been highly successful with opera singers who rely heavily on solid grounding. If you're interested, you can find it on Finne Naturtherapy, or I think it will give you my information. Now I will once again best luck of the festival. I'm very impressed, and as I said, I have followed you for years. Now I will try. I don't need if I really will succeed, but I will try to show you some of the moves of this Nordic. Well, I think that might do. Thanks. That was just a little bit. And once again, very honored and very happy to be against you. Thanks.
Hans, I apologize for identifying your last name as Pien instead of Pine. So again, I'm so delighted to have people such as yourself contributing to this wonderful afternoon of tribute to Bill and Angela. I'd then like to move on to...
Just a question. Is it possible to
yes,
watch
of course.
The ceremony afterwards?
Of course.
Thanks.
You wish to answer? You wish to raise a question?
Yes, I just wondered, is it possible to see all of this afterwards on the net?
Yes, yes, it's recorded. You will get the recording.
So Hans, the same link you've been sent becomes recording at the end. You can watch it at your leisure on the website of Healing Our Earth or the YouTube, which Kate will repost again later. And you did a wonderful job. How old are you, Hans?
I'm 78.
Wow, so we've got 85-year-old Keith who looks only 60 plus VAT because he hasn't submitted his passport yet. And you are 77. Isn't it amazing that what Bill and Angela started a while back is now rubbing on to people because people are living longer? Keith, isn't it wonderful, particularly your effort, Keith, that you want to do specifically for over 65 to 70s as well? Because people are living longer and you're working and striving to work so hard, then maybe at some point NHS will take this very seriously and actually provide it as a service.
That would be wonderful. The age is a thing which I value. What comes next is... Sorry, Hans, please continue.
Yes, I'm a former policeman, so I started with martial art for 14 years, 15 years with karate, Gochu-ryu, but nowadays only for health, and I'm doing Qigong, Tai Chi, and this Qigong that I showed you.
Hence, you are simply amazing. You are not only an asset to Norway, you are actually asset to the Global Transformation Project, which Bill and Angela wants to also promote. And Keith, talking about that, we also want to acknowledge your efforts because you have been working tirelessly and seamlessly bringing this project today to tribute, 25 years of tribute. Let's also share screen just to show what Bill and Angela were talking about the Global Transformation Project. And if you are watching, just go to globaltransformationproject.org and you will be simply amazed with the information which is down there. So Bill and Angela, we are very proud of you. I want to ask you, Bill and Angela, were you aware what Keith was planning?
No, and actually, Keith Keith sent me the schedule, and I told him I just want to be surprised by it.
And he only as a courtesy sent you so that you know what's happening. Actually, there were more people who wanted to come than Keith can fit in. So then he had to choose, and then he went round, tediously, tirelessly telling everybody, okay, if you can't come, send in a video. I will make sure that your video is played. He collated everything. He planned the actual seamless flow of things. So I think, Keith, kudos to you, buddy. 85, 15 years only to go at the century. We want you and Hans doing whatever you can to show the earth with all the fantastic work that you are doing. We can move on. I think we want to move on to Malcolm. Or Keith, shall we actually get...
Well, before we move on, I'm not sure if he's available at the moment, but we have then Karsten Wang from Sweden, I think. No, he's not.
Keith, while you're looking for that, I just want to say real quick, Neil, Keith, everybody, and Amrita, everybody here, this is just so exciting. You got visionaries like you, to be able to hear visionaries like you painting this larger picture of possibility, and the convergence of yoga and meditation and Tai Chi and Qigong that we're creating. We're creating the roots of a tree that's going to grow out to yoga organizations and Tai Chi organizations all over the world to create this family. And I can't thank you guys enough for putting this together. This is so inspiring to see the visionaries all over the planet and hear what you guys have to say. It's incredibly inspiring. Thank you so much, Keith and Neil and Sharon and Clara and Siobhan and CJ and everybody, Amrita. It's really beautiful.
True. William, in fact, it's a learning for me as well. Yes, please, Neil Kumar.
Yeah, Bill, just to tell you, it was a brainchild of Keith. Long ago he told me, I want to do this. I said, well, sure. We put it up on Healing Our Earth, because at Healing Our Earth, there are no exams, there are no judgments. We promote everybody equally. And Keith loved it. So he said, will you be there with us? And I'll plan it. And he is such an organizer that when we actually do in-person World Tai Chi Day, maybe London is the best place on the earth because it carries the value. There is London, Trafalgar, and then there is the Times Square of New York. Keith would be a very good person in a real in-person event because he methodically planned it. He went back. If something has to be redone, no problem, no arguments. Okay, Neil, we'll do it that way. And what an asset we have got that, he actually dyed his hair gray today. He had black hair prior to this. And he has delivered such a wonderful an episode. So full marks to everybody. Just wave your hands, because clapping is waving your hands on the screen for our Keith Shah. And Bill, you mentioned about transformation and merging of yoga, meditation, Tai Chi, Qigong, and other. So Amrita, let's tell them the future events that are happening. And one of them will be the International Yoga Day, where Keith would love to be part of it. So Amrita, if you could tell us what the future events are, and we move on to Keith in a moment.
Yes. So we are going to head towards a mental health awareness episode, which will be held on 5th of May, 2024 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. It is an organization with SAHA as well as Organ Donation Lead Foundation. And the next week, we will be having yoga and meditation, where we want Keith and everyone to look into how Chi is related with prana and for healthy body, mind, and soul on 12th of May. Heading towards, we are having Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare on 26th of May, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. World Environment Day, that will be held on 2nd June, land restoration, desertification, and drought resilience, which is an important hot topics of the day. Moving ahead,
and
we
here
will
is
be
the
joining
one,
yes.
Amrita, that Bill and Keith and Wai Ching and CJ Rhodes, and everybody can get involved because we can have a chit chat here. Because one of the part of transformation project is to merge every other facets and actually transform and bring all the ancient cultures together. So Bill, keep your date ready for the International Yoga Day special on Sunday, 23rd of June. Of course, the official date is 21st of June. So this is just to tell other episodes that we are going to do at Healing Our Earth. Keith, over to you and your wonderful planning. And I believe we go to Malcolm.
Well, before that, there was a gentleman I was due to have on, which was Karsten Wang from Denmark. So I'm not sure what's happened there, but we will continue. And before I hand over to Malcolm, I just want to mention that Malcolm and I have been students of the same organization, which was run by a gentleman called, what was his name, Malcolm? I've forgotten. Right. Well, it was very, very good. Tai Soon Tuan, who became an international judge on martial arts. And his first question to me after a few weeks of attending his course and his classes was, "You're not really interested in martial arts, are you?" I said, "No." I said, "I've had the heart attack. I'm really only interested in health and well-being." And it morphed itself into a meeting in Malcolm's lounge. And we started off a small team, which is still a small team, called Tai Chi for Health and Well-being, the 4 being the numeral as opposed to the letters. And Malcolm has transformed, I would say this, he's transformed what we had in mind many years ago from just a small kernel of a nut into an activity which is not only helping himself, which I'm sure he'll describe shortly, but for the many, many people. And what we recognize is that we seem to have 3 basic elements of demographics. Malcolm lives in an area whereby they can pay for classes. Some class it is middle management. I'm not sure whether that's the correct term, but Malcolm has managed to run programs, not just for the community, but for his own income and that of his partner, Glenda. Now, I started with classes in Southampton, which started to run into people with lesser incomes, those that could not necessarily afford to attend classes and pay the prices. And then, of course, we have the people at the top who seem to spend enormous amounts of money on fitness gurus, personal trainers. But what we have is an ideal opportunity using how Malcolm does with what is it the end user requires? Balance, social interaction, and all those other things that go together. So I think it's over 20 years that Malcolm and I have known to one another. And the only class I do now is I attend Malcolm's class on a Monday morning, and I will be there this Monday, Malcolm, after all. And I'd like to introduce Malcolm Calvert, who only lives about 15 minutes away from my own home here in Southampton, England. Malcolm, over to you.
Thanks, Keith, for that wonderful introduction. I'm not sure I deserve all of it, but I'll take it anyway, and I won't put you through too much agony on Monday. Firstly, I'd like to say hello to Bill and Angela, and again, thank you really for what you've done to promote Tai Chi and Qigong, throughout the world. It's certainly since I've been involved with Tai Chi since 1986, and I started it because I had really bad asthma, and I was on lots and lots of inhalers at the time, and I played a lot of sport, and I decided that there had to be another way, an alternative way to look after yourself. And I was very into Chinese martial arts at the time. I'd done judo when I was very young, and then karate, and then in the 70s when Bruce Lee hit the cinema, we all went into Chinese martial arts. And so I spoke to Master Tai and asked him if there was anything I could do to help my chest. And he said to me, well, you could do Tai Chi and Qigong, but he said, people that do that are really old. And I was about 30 at the time. So he said, you'll be in a room with lots of very old people. And I thought, well, I don't mind that. So I started evening classes because at the time I worked. And I found very quickly that whether it was the Tai Chi or the Qigong or the combination, I'm not sure, but very quickly my lungs were started to repair. And I started off just doing one class a week. Within 4 months, I was doing 4 classes a week and practicing every day. And I found that within a 6 to 8 month period, I was off most of my inhalers and I just left with one. And it took me 2 years to get off all my inhalers, and I've not used one since. And that was about 32 years ago, 33 years ago. But I decided then that Tai Chi wasn't freely available then, certainly not in Southampton where I lived. So I asked Master Tai if I could train to teach. And he said, oh, you can. He said, but it will take about 15 years. And I thought, well, time's just a number. It doesn't really matter. And so I started training with him, which meant attending at least 4 classes a week. And then I trained with him for about 10 or 11 years. And I went in one evening and he said to me, oh, Malcolm, he said, I need you to go to Eastleigh College tomorrow night. They want a Tai Chi instructor. So that was how I got into teaching. He gave me a certificate to say I was a qualified teacher. And it sort of started from there. And it was at one of these classes that I happened to meet Keith, who'd recently had a heart problem and was using the class for recuperation. And we became friends and got chatting, and we identified that at that time, all the classes were evenings, not daytime. And we identified that there was a huge amount of people who didn't want to go out at night, but were available during the day. And like Keith, I started in sort of primary health classes. I used to cover Keith's classes when he was away, because he used to have about 10 holidays a year. And so I used to cover his classes for him, which was great for me because I got to meet a lot of people. And I decided and found that I really liked teaching. So we developed this between us, classes for, classes for over 50s, we called them then. In point of fact, they were probably over 70, most of them. And certainly now, most of my clients are between 70 and 90. But we worked out a way of using Tai Chi and Qigong. Initially, the Qigong I used was a mixture of Badua Jin, I Jin Jin, and Jam Jong. And the program that I used was put together by Master Tai. And I still use it now. It's got a good warm-up routine, followed by some breathing exercises. But in the last 5 years, I've been studying with Fabrice Pichet, who's a student of Professor Lin Hao Shen, and studying Shibasha. And what I've found is that, firstly, the Shibasha is medically based, not martially based. And it does have a very quick effect on changing people when you teach them the exercises. They're all very, not all very straightforward. Most of them are fairly straightforward, but they're all based around Yang style Tai Chi. There's a few other bits of Shaolin Qigong in there as well, but essentially it's based on Yang style Tai Chi. But it's about breathing and movement combined together, as opposed to just static movement. Like when you Jam Jong is generally static, but Shabasha is mobile. And there are 8 sequences. At the moment, we're up to sequence number 4. And as it goes on, the movements become a little bit more complex. But I found it very interesting that my own feeling of chi and energy has heightened considerably since I've been doing the Shabasha. And the feeling that you get, not only teaching it, but actually going through it yourself, because essentially I'm facing my audience, so I do it backwards so that they can do it the right way around. And apart from 1 or 2 exercises, it doesn't do you any harm whatsoever. It doesn't matter. I mean, at the moment, I only teach 2.5 days a week now. I used to, before lockdown, before COVID, I used to do 25 classes a week. So it was virtually all week. But what I learned from lockdown was that I liked a bit more time off. So when we came back, we had to increase the size of the halls that we used because of the spacing after lockdown. So we moved into larger community centres, church halls and things like that, so that we could get enough people in to make it viable, because it was my only income. And also so that people could have enough space so they didn't feel, too close together. And then after the second lockdown, we also started Zoom classes, which again were a revelation to us. And Shabasha especially translates very well over to Zoom. And it is very popular. I still do 2 classes a week on Zoom, and each class will be attended by anything up to 50 people. And the indoor classes, we stayed with the larger halls. And so the classes, whereas before they would be, say, between 8 and 10 people per session, now it's anything between 10 and 25. I don't go above 25 because I feel that's enough. And my partner also teaches. Glenda works more hours than I do now, but she's sort of really into the teaching and training side. But for my own health, it certainly helped me through my asthma. I still have asthma. It doesn't cure anything, but it does allow you to control your asthma. So my asthma is not in control of my body. I control my asthma now. And it's certainly over the last 9 years, I've had bowel cancer, hernias, knee replacements, you name it. I've had it over the last 9 years, and it's seen me through all of that. And hopefully, I was going to say like Keith, it'll beat me to it, but I'd still like to be teaching when I'm 100. And that's always been my goal, to be able to teach at 100 years old. And in fact, longer than that if I can manage it. And but it's great to see so many people from all over the world. And hopefully we've all got the same end goal, really, which is, to me, is to teach people how to look after themselves and keep themselves living longer and happier and able to do the things that they possibly won't be able to do if they don't look after themselves, properly. So, but yeah, so that's sort of it from me, really. But thank you very much, and hopefully the people that are watching this outside will be inspired and go to one of our classes, and we can start them on the path to a long and healthy life. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Malcolm. Perfect. Okay. And long may we continue. And I am a bit worried because if you're teaching at 100, I'd be about 112, I think. So well, let's see. But I'm delighted with what Malcolm and Glenda have done, because it's like most things. You start on a path and you know that that path leads you somewhere, but we're not sure where. And seeing what Malcolm has achieved and what his partner Glenda had achieved, we would never have been able to put that down on a project chart and said, this is where we expect to be by 2024. So I really appreciate and thank Malcolm for all the work you've done on that.
And Keith, I would also like to thank Malcolm because he's a regular supporter at Healing Our Earth. So Malcolm, we are very proud of particularly the fact that you are near Keith as well. So I think over 75 club has to take place because people are living longer. So Keith, you have to stay around till 112. See if you can make it, because then Malcolm can celebrate with you, okay?
Yeah. I might need some guidance on that, because Liz, my wife, after 55 years, might be saying, well, what are you going to buy me at that stage? And I'm not sure the pension would last that long.
Well,
So
if you stay over 100, we at Healing Our Earth will buy the gift for her. So you don't worry about that.
Wonderful. So I'd like to move on to my next colleague. Now, Malcolm, alongside Mark Peters and this next gentleman, I treat as my advisors. They settle me down. They use a practical approach to what I've been trying to achieve over the years. But this next gentleman is James McRitchie. Jim was a founding member of the National Qigong Association, who seemed to be coming to a new lease of life in the last couple of years. And long may it continue, because I think they've been a powerful source, maybe not as powerful we thought, but they are Qigong, not Tai Chi, as I understand. Jim is a trained and very professional acupuncturist and lived, I believe it was around about 30 years in Colorado, and was instrumental in setting up acupuncture classes and standards in that area of the world. He now lives in what we call Scousland, which is Liverpool. And I'm afraid, Bill, that it seems as though one of your teams up there is going to survive and the other one is going to lose out. So I'm going to hand over to Jim for the next session, and listen, please, because he is a world of knowledge. Jim, over to you.
Well, thank you, Keith and Amrita. And it's an honor to be in this esteemed company, and to Niels Kumar, Healing Our Earth Associates, for hosting this. And of course, many thank yous to Bill and Angela. On the 25th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, I remember the first event in 1999, thinking, what a great idea. And here we are, a quarter of a century later, and the whole world's involved. How amazing, and what an accomplishment. Congratulations. I must say I was going to introduce myself and say some things, and then Keith's gone and done all of that, so I'm going to have to go kind of skip over things anyway. But I'm Jim McRitchie. I'm speaking to you from Liverpool in England, where I have an organization called the Personal Energy Center, focused on Qigong as a clinical practice, which I call Qigong acupuncture. I combine Qigong and acupuncture, no needles, and a Qigong school. And I've been in practice for 47 years now, since 1977, which is just so difficult for me to comprehend. That's a fact. Liverpool's a bit like New York. People here consider it to be a separate country, unfortunately still joined to the mainland. They even have their own language. It's called Scouse, which most of the rest of the country have difficulty understanding. If you can't understand me, I'll try and talk slowly, okay? Previously, I lived in Boulder, Colorado in the US for 33 years, but I moved back here to my hometown in 2013, which was 11 years now, but feels like it's only 3 or 4. There's quite a difference between Boulder and Liverpool, not the least architecturally, but also from a place where Qigong was widely familiar because we'd been pumping it out for 30 years to a place where it's hardly known outside the Chinese community. So to translate and introduce it into this British society after much consideration, I now use the term personal energy cultivation. When people ask, what is Qigong? The answer is personal energy cultivation, which makes sense to them in the local lingo. The other answer is the biggest thing since rock and roll. The primary focus of my own work has been on the mysterious 8 extraordinary meridians, which is the title of my training program. For those interested, more details available at my website, www.personalenergycenter.com. But Keith asked me to specifically talk about the NQA. When I was in the US, I was involved in the creation of an organization called the National Qigong Association USA, otherwise known as the NQA. This originated as an idea that began as a conversation with my Qi pal, Roger Yankee, who will be speaking later, I believe. And this took place in a piano bar in the Great Wall Hotel in Beijing in 1993. We shook hands on it and thereby exchanged our Qi. And then we sealed it with a glass of single malt Scotch whiskey. I think it was Glenmorangie 10-year-old. Doesn't get any more serious than that. And along with the participation and support of my wife and partner at the time, Damaris Jarboe, who some of you may know, she's very highly regarded, and an attorney called Berkeley Freeman, we put on a local conference in Boulder in 1996. A number of teachers turned up and we signed the Constitution and bylaws that brought NQA into existence. Now, there are a couple of things that helped establish and cement this organization. And I didn't really tell people about this. Number one, it was based upon the principles of a Northern England working men and women's club, where everyone was equal and we all just took turns to make it happen and we were all part of it. This was unfamiliar in the US, where it's usual to build a hierarchical pyramid, get as high as you can and stay there. People like the NQA, they called it a big tent, and all kinds of teachers and practitioners joined it. It grew very quickly. The second trick was that the original founders resigned at the first meeting, and then another democratically elected board took over, who also became founders, and then they chewed over the final version of the Constitution until that was signed later by a new board, who also became founders. So the NQA has dozens of founders, all prepared to put their Qi into it, and they still do. And now, 20 years later, it's still going strong with hundreds of members all over the US, annual conferences, and it's proliferated in a multitude of ways. And many senior practitioners have stepped in and helped to run the organization. And they list in their bios this as a high honor in their Qigong history. But last time I looked, I'm the only member in the UK. The website is www.nqa.org. Check it out, and I'm sure you'll find it of interest. And you can contact me via my email if you wish to find out more of what I'm doing at jamesmcritchie@gmail.com. But aside from the NQA, I wanted to take this opportunity to not only acknowledge Bill and Angela and the wonderful and fabulous job they've done with the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, My only comment and recommendation to you is that you call it World Tai Chi and Qigong Year. Just turn it on, full force. But also, I'd like to acknowledge today's organizer, Keith Sharp, the founder of the Tai Chi and Qigong Alliance. I've known Keith over the last few years as he was involved in the Tai Chi Union of Great Britain as an honorary president, and he was engaged in getting Tai Chi and Qigong recognized and registered in the UK. I want to say that in his many years in management as a senior negotiator in industry, he was able to find his way in Qigong and Tai Chi through the minefield of politics. It's like tap dancing on eggshells and get the ball over the line. And now these things always take an amazing and enormous amount of time because everybody has to have their say. But Keith carried it forward and virtually single-handedly, along with Mark and a few other people, and deserves credit and respect. And he's put this together today, this special tribute single-handedly. And I'd like to thank you as one of the presenters, Keith, for this, for your contribution in promoting and developing. Keith's old enough to be my big brother. And it's always been a lot of fun and very productive to work and exchange with him. So, hats off to you, Keith, and a deep bow of respect for all you've done and do. If we were all together, I'm sure we'd give you a huge round of applause and maybe even a standing ovation. Keith, could you just say a few words about this event that you are doing, this tribute today, why you initiated it, and what it means to you?
Okay, right. Thank you for that, Jim. As usual, very profound and encouraging. All right. I really don't want to say too many words. But why? Clara Apollo is coming on shortly, and she only lives about an hour away from me, or maybe 2 hours, depending on which part of the south of England she's living at the moment. And she asked me a few days ago, what is my proudest moment in my Tai Chi and Qigong journey? And I stumbled. I'm not a man of many words. I was brought up, as you know, with a background in workshops. But when it came down to it, I think I summarized it. My proudest achievements have been to see people who are less able in doing some exercise, whether it's with Tai Chi or Qigong, or whether it's actually mindfulness. And I look back to those days when I started off running programs which had weekly achievement charts. And then they became just over 50s, as Malcolm said, over 60s. And I think I ended up with an end user client list of around about 60 organizations. And the proudest thing was thinking of a lady who was in her 80s and she had broken her shoulder. And she'd actually had this fracture. And a year later, she went back for an MRI scan. And they said, we don't understand it, but your bone structure is now better than it was when you came here with your broken shoulder. Why is that? And she said, I put it down to this old guy who runs a weekly class for 45 minutes called Tai Chi and Qigong. My aims and visions are clearly stated. I want to see Tai Chi and Qigong become, alongside yoga and prana, as being the complementary therapies alongside not just the UK, but other world organizations. that actually understand the difference between martial arts and health and well-being, and reducing the potential damage that weekend wonders do. 4 hours, 5 hours of teaching, and they're giving a certificate to teach. I'm not a believer in that. I took 5 years to do my apprenticeship before I had a piece of paper called the piece of paper that my dad in 1955 paid £50. And at that stage, Bill, there was $4 to the pound. So my proudest moment, why am I doing this? Why am I continuing? I keep asking myself why, and it's enjoyment. And the moment I don't enjoy the things, I tend to give them up. I gave up football, I gave up golf when I felt I couldn't offer any more. This is going to be a discussion over the next few months. But Jim, I appreciate your support. And I'm disappointed for Mr. Klopp, who has for some reason chosen to decide he would tell people of the world that he's leaving. And since then, Liverpool have not been the same team. So I'm going to take a moment now because after Jim, I had a gentleman called Frank Farrar. Frank Farrar is a great supporter of Tai Chi and Qigong, particularly you, Bill, and Angela. Frank lives in the southwestern tip of Wales, and he held his first Tai Chi and Qigong World Day yesterday on one of the many beaches in southern Wales. But unfortunately, he's gone down with some bug, which I will call Welsh flu or something, maybe not so pleasant. And I would like to thank Frank because I'm sure he's listening in, and he is devoting his activities outside of his own work profile in promoting Tai Chi and Qigong for health and well-being. I'd now like to move on to a gentleman I've had the pleasure of only meeting once when I was doing an MC work for another organization. And this gentleman was there, and I have to pay tribute to this person himself because his name is Peter War, and he has been a stalwart in martial arts and is an international renowned judge, and has been the president, or remains an honorary president, I'm not quite sure which, of the British Council of Chinese Martial Arts. Alongside the Tai Chi Union and the Chartered Institute of Management for Sports and Physical Activity, BCCMA, TCUGB, and SIMSPA have formed a partnership and have produced professional standards for Tai Chi and Qigong health and well-being instructors. And it's nothing more than a drop in the ocean because there is so much assessment to do, so much to be written in terms of quality programs. But Peter, I hope you are around when you're 100 and can see the potential of what you've started, and I hope you can achieve. So it's over to you for a few moments. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I'd like to say hello to everyone. I'm very, very honoured to be able to be invited to this very special event after 25 years. So I would like to congratulate everybody that has been involved with it, especially Michael and Douglas Wong for the for presenting this, which I'll talk a little bit about later. Now, I've kept my little speech is probably a little bit different to the others because I was asked to give a little bit of history of my own training and practicing about the BCCMA and about some Tai Chi and Qigong. So first of all, I'd like to say my name is Peter War. I'm the BCCMA on president, and I started my practice of Chinese martial arts in the mid-1960s, practicing Kung Fu, Wushu, Tai Chi Chuan and Qigong. I opened my first class in 1971 I started several different styles of wushu, but concentrated on the different styles of Tai Chi Chuan, Qigong, and Xingyi Chuan. In 1988, I went to China to take part in the first international wushu judges course held by the Chinese Wushu Association in Shanghai. I had to learn 7 competition disciplines, which included Tai Chi Chuan. I was also training with the old teachers that I had been introduced to outside the Shanghai Sports Institute. I was very successful and passed the course examination and come 8th out of 90 participants. I was the first person in Europe to qualify as a Taolu A-grade judge. I was then invited to judge at the first International Wushu Invitational Championships in Hangzhou. That was the beginning of my 31 years of working with the International Wushu Federation as an A-grade judge in Taolu and Sanda. In 1995, I was elected to become the vice chairman of the IWF, or the International Wushu Federation Technical Committee, which I held for 25 years. After attending every IWF World Championship since 1991, I retired from the IWF in 2019. I was also part of the European Wushu Technical Committee for approximately 20 years, where I taught all the Taolu judges and was a chief referee for the European Taolu Championships, which of course included Tai Chi. The highlight of my judging career was being a chairman of the International Wushu Federation Technical Committee at the Beijing Olympics in 2008 and the Youth Olympics in Nanjing in 2014. Also, the Tai Chi Chuan was present in these competitions. Now, the BCCMA, which in those days was called the British Kung Fu Council, was founded in the early 70s during the Bruce Lee boom. It came under the Martial Arts Commission, which was an arm of the British Sports Council. The objective was to register and check that with the boom of Kung Fu and Tai Chi Chuan, that all instructors were practicing Chinese martial arts. The Martial Arts Commission had a coaching program to train instructors how to teach safely. Anybody who was involved in martial arts and Tai Chi Chuan at that time, the training was very sporadic. Learning martial arts and Tai Chi Chuan is one thing. However, teaching it is a different skill. In the mid-80s, we became a governing body for Chinese martial arts, which includes Tai Chi Chuan, directly with the Sports Council. To update our coaching program and make it recognised qualification, we joined the Royal Society of Arts to gain an MVQ qualification in which I become an RSA internal and external verifier. We then moved on to the Sitting Guild's MVQs. This was to continue that the BCCMA instructors had a professional qualification. In 2022, the BCCMA is committed to maintaining the quality of teaching Kung Fu, Tai Chi Chuan and Qigong. So we have joined the Chartered Institute for Management of Sport and Physical Activity, SIMSPA. The BCCMA will work as a governing body with the TCUGB to deliver this professional qualification. As I mentioned before about teaching Tai Chi Chuan and Qigong, it is most important that all instructors, coaches have a professional qualification, that they have good knowledge about the roots of these disciplines. It is imperative that you are teaching just for health, that you have a clear understanding that the health benefits are a side effect of the original teaching of Tai Chi Chuan as a martial art. The only way to achieve this professional qualifications is to maintain the traditional and international standards for everyone to work together. There is no such thing as a magical chi. This energy is only achieved through persistent, continuous and repetitive training. My federation joined the BCCMA in '79. I have had several roles, or I've had many roles within the BCCMA as senior coach, qualification from the Martial Arts Commission. I was the treasurer from 1985 to 95. I was a course lecturer for judges, competition chief referee, vice chairman, and was running the MVQ training centre. I'm now the honorary president. Also developed in 2016 the BCCMA National Championships, which is held every year for Tai Chi Chuan, Xing Yi Chuan, and Bagua. Although I've not been directly involved with the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, I am fully aware of its success and delighted to offer my congratulations to Bill and Angela Wong for their incredible work. I'd also like to say a great big thank you to Keith for training me in these special, or inviting me to this special occasion of 25 years. So I would like to thank you all very much.
Thank you. Peter, that's fantastic. One of the challenges that those of us that are involved in the health and well-being only areas are concerned is acknowledging the work that people like Peter have put in to maintain the standards of martial arts. I have received a number of criticisms, downright rudeness over the last few months from people who consider them to be martial arts and Tai Chi Chuan, supreme ultimate fist people, but they don't say which system they're following. What we need is what Peter is advocating, is bridging the gap between the fantastic background that Peter and his colleagues in the BCCMA have had through martial arts, engendering health and well-being, and using their experience to bridge that gap between us, because there is a gap. And Peter, it's nice to see you again. And I did get the invitation many years ago from Tain Soon Tuan, who was one of your colleagues on the BCMC committee, to join the BCCMA as some form of committee member. But I've always turned down those opportunities because I like to be acting as an independent on many occasions. So I really thank Peter and his acknowledgement of the Tai Chi Union, the Chartered Institute, and the need for professional standards. And we can work together on that. And I look forward to more and more conversations, Peter, in the days to come. Thank you very much indeed.
And Ken, I would just like to say thank you very much. Is that now I've done martial arts all my life, but now I'm an older man as well, and I've had many problems. So I teach a lot. I work a lot for the U3A groups, which is the retired people practicing Tai Chi and Qigong. And as you said before, there's some of the feedback we get from these people has been fantastic. You know, yes, I think we must remember the traditions of what we're doing. It's important to maintain them, but at the same time, you know, when you're younger, the martial arts is much more important, and as you get older, it becomes the health side of it is even more important. So, yes.
Perfect.
Okay. Anyway, I'd like to thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're very welcome, sir. And Rita, we were down to have Rajiv Gupta on at the moment, but I don't see him anywhere. Is he around?
So Keith, we can move on to Clara Apollo. She is here,
Yeah,
and if
okay.
Rajiv comes, we'll bring
Right.
in. So far, things are moving beautiful, and later we'll see some videos as well. And I love to see, Keith, you brought so many friends over 70. Isn't it wonderful that we have got a hope, because I'm going to turn 70 in 3 years' time. So I want to follow the footstep, and I painted my hair gray already, so I'm fine. And Bill is with us joining. So what a legacy you guys are leaving around for all of us. Thank you, Keith. Over to you, and over to Clara.
Okay, well, in following that up, after Clara has used her wisdom, I will spend a couple of moments on a thing called succession management. But first and foremost, I'd like to say I'm proud to be a friend of Clara. Maybe our roots have been completely different. I don't mean hair roots. I mean roots. But in 2015, I met Clara for the first time when we set up the Tai Chi and Qigong Alliance for the UK, which is really just a platform for me nowadays. But at that stage, we got together and we recognized that we were not just talking about Tai Chi and Qigong. We were talking about mindfulness. We were talking about sound baths. We were talking about all sorts of different things. And I began to realize the commonality is what is good for the mind is good for the body. And at that time, Clara was talking to a gentleman called, and I've got to get this right, was it the barefoot, what was he called?
Barefoot Doctor Stephen Russell.
A barefoot doctor. And my first impression of the barefoot doctor was somebody who was reaping the benefits as per people that now run things. And then I realized that, no, that wasn't his theme. That wasn't his thing. So Clara has been running her own small organization. And I know that she's interviewed Bill a few times. And I had to apologize to her this week because I hadn't had time to sit down and watch that. But I'm going to hand over to Clara and just let her get on with it.
Thank you, Keith. Yeah, really. Well, I did that précis. I did a 10-minute one that you could watch because I know people don't have a lot of time. But anyway, you've been so busy doing that, and thank you so much for it. I've also interviewed Jim. So really nice to see him on this panel as well, and Dr. Roger Jang, who's coming up later, and Amalia Wai-Ching Lee too, and hello, Jim, and Sharon Rose. So I feel really honoured to be part of this global team. And it's been so lovely. Hi, Amalia. It's been so lovely to sort of steep myself in the wisdom that we all share, because we've all got different pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, haven't we? And so let me just go with the remit, keep it to 5 minutes if I can, and start with my tribute to Bill and Angela. Yeah, thank you. Just thank you, you two. I mean, what a team you are, you know? I mean, Bill's kind of front man, from what I can gather, but Angela is certainly keeping him, you know, steady behind the scenes and all of that. So I would love to meet you both one day. But I also feel that there's, you know, that as a team, you've been part of being able to bring this research through for us with the book, the Gospel of Science, which is so needed at this time. And I just really want to just really honour you, Bill, for being, you know, you've got a spectrum of attributes. One of which you're a real empath. You really connect with people. You're a grassroots man. You get it. You get what it's like to be a regular person in this world, and yet you have your own internal practice that keeps you from going mad with it all. Like I know a lot of us do. Where would we be without our inner practice? But also you've got this curiosity, this scientific, like, I'm going to find out then. And I'm going to find out, and I'm going to find out right to the edge, and then I'm going to write a book about it. And when you told us about how you formed the World Tai Chi Qigong Day, how the idea dropped in, and it was partly because you were really frustrated that the people that you'd sent all this information to hadn't picked up on it, weren't taking it seriously. And you were like, what have I got to do? You know, and I think this is something that we'll come to when we get forward into the future. How do we package up some of this to make it available for mainstream people? And I know we've spoken about a few ideas too. So yeah, it's just great. You've done the groundwork. I feel like, you know, you're at the roots of this, and we're the mycelial network that are like all around, connecting in and connecting with the other roots and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and I love that you love the Beatles too. That is so cool. So music is here. So yeah, and you mentioned sound as well, didn't you, Keith? So I'm an elemental Qigong teacher and meditation as well. And I started off, I did a 4-year training, probably like a lot of us did. And I worked for 10 years in the leisure industry, really working with mainstream people with all sorts of symptoms and diseases and disorders, because I really believe that there's a simplicity to what we can offer for people these days. And And I think that's really important to realize. Sometimes they haven't got time to come into a whole session, and there's some pieces that we can help them with in their everyday life to help them choose, because you know, it's not easy out there right now. And they might say, oh, well, you've been doing it for years. I say, well, I'm challenged. I still get challenged like we all do, but we do have more skills to be able to pull on, to be able to choose how to respond in a given moment and how to resource ourselves. So I have added, chi time, yeah, I might mention that, I might. But I have also added to my Qigong training by, during that 10 years of working in the leisure industry, I still did some training in, I did in Reiki, it goes so well with Qigong, and then color psychology and sound and EFT, and all these sort of modalities that connected, and hypnotherapy as well. And I found that I was leading more and more into the spiritual Qigong side of things. That I feel there's a real call to enable people who are on a spiritual journey, or the light workers and the star keepers and all of the people doing great work in the psyche and in the spiritual realms, to land it in the body, to recognize that the unification of mind, body and soul is what we're meant to be doing right now, you know, so that we can bring this heart-centered call to be in community, to be in health and well-being all the way through. So yeah, I have my feet firmly on the ground and my roots down to Mother Earth, but I also have a cosmic heart, and I love to connect with people who are working in that way as well. So yeah, I'm a big old story. I got in, short version, obviously, I got into Qigong because I was absolutely exhausted. I had burnout, and my shiatsu practitioner said to me, have you heard of Qigong? And I'm like, what? Those aren't words that I recognize. But he said that he was teaching it and I could go along and do it. And the first class that I did, it was just I came back home. I landed in the present moment. It was my pathway to mindfulness, reclaiming the movements that I used to love in ballet, and also be challenged by the Wu Chi. Got to admit, that was a bit of a thing for me for quite some time. And now it's such a go-to. So as my journey evolved through being a single mother and taking myself home free for 5 years, my practice became more and more my home, and I was then able to share it with others. And through the radio show Chi Time and the podcast and Chi Time TV that maybe some of you on here know me for. So I'm very passionate about encouraging people to talk about the energy behind everything that they're doing, their own practices, so that, you know, the practical, what do you do to help yourself? What do you do? And that again brings it back to the practicality. And also that piece that Bill mentioned when he was talking about how the World Tai Chi Qigong Day came to be, was that he was so frustrated with people not listening to what he was saying. He didn't know what the answer was. His mind wasn't able to come up with it. So he went into his meditation, went into the still place, into the void of all possibilities. And there the answer came for him. And that, I think, is a beautiful lesson and a reminder for us all to just keep returning to the source of all, to that presence place within, because that's where the answers are. So the future of Tai Chi and Qigong Global Transformation Project, well, mate, I mean, I know I've gone well over time here, so you knew this was going to happen. How about, I've written down, because of the success of the World Tai Chi Qigong Day, why don't we have a Global Transformation Project Day? What do you think about that?
Good. Okay, Clara, thank you very much. And I understand that you were successful yesterday in the New Forest in the UK, just down the road from me.
Yeah, I actually did a live stream and had 40 people, which was amazing. And yeah,
wonderful.
I've been asking them to do a donation to the Global Transformation Project.
Okay, good. Okay, before we move on to our next guest, is that I mentioned the word succession succession management. Neil, you talked about us being in the older generation, and the over 50s, 60s, 70s and 80s and even into the 90s are getting benefit from Tai Chi and Qigong. This is an element that we need to garner from people like Peter War, because the kids really need something. And part of the Global Transformation Project is to get education across the world into the schools, colleges, and also into other areas. But my only knowledge of that is that at a young age, maybe Tai Chi and Qigong is not the route to take, but martial arts is. And I know that people who have taken up kickboxing and they've taken up other sports such as taekwondo, and when they get to 35, they realize, like most of us as sportsmen, the knees or the ankles or the hips are not as not as functioning as possible. So I think that we have to recognize that not just bridging martial arts with health and well-being, but bridging martial arts into the schools, maybe through mindfulness and meditation. And there are some very good podcasts on at the moment showing the children. But we cannot organize like the Chinese, where they have hundreds and hundreds of people. We just have our small groups. So succession management is incredibly important. Who do we hand things down to? In management, I always chose somebody who was powerful enough to take over my position if indeed I needed to be having a break through some form of thing. Malcolm mentioned 10 holidays a year. Not really right. It was quite some time, but nowadays it's not so many holidays. But could we also, when we're talking about top-down activities, include how do we hand this down to people so that when we're not around, we know that Tai Chi and Qigong and improvement of health is going on. I'd now like to move over the water a little bit to the same area that we had CJ in, but now I'd like to introduce the person who chases me sometimes and reminds me that we do share a common language, but the choice of words is quite often slightly differently in the meaning. So Siobhan Hutchinson, may I ask you to take over for a few moments? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Keith, first of all, for inviting me. I feel honored to be a part of this group. And I want to say hello to Bill and Angela Douglas and thank them so much. I'm in gratitude to your work and dedication. It is amazing to me that this is the 25th anniversary of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. It's amazing that this that's right. It's amazing that this started, and CJ too is wearing it, from a small group, and it's grown into an international event. I believe that you two have educated the public worldwide on these practices and continue to do so. And what I'm honored to be a part of now is your new project, the Global Transformation Project, which is to educate and inspire people to have mind-body practices a part of early education. A lot of us, I'm sure, that have come to these practices as an adult probably feel, boy, I wish I had had this as a child. I wish I had these skills to self-regulate myself. I think of the child and had difficulty focusing in school until I became a teenager. It was very hard for me. Tests also scattered my head. I did great on my own with essays, but tests were very difficult for me. Had I had Tai Chi, Qigong, mindfulness practices, if I had been able to calm down, I think I would have achieved a lot more as a student and also in my career. And so I hope that everybody will join the Global Transformation Project. I'll put the link in the chat for everybody. And of course, like everyone else, we're like the public broadcasting system. We desperately need donations to keep our work going, and no amount is too small. But more importantly, we need everybody to sign the petition to the UN to make mindfulness practices a part of early education. Please just sign the petition. We need to put a spotlight on this. I'm sure every teacher that is on this program today and every practitioner who's listening in has an amazing story of how these practices have transformed your life. These practices are life-changing, and wouldn't you want to share that with everyone you know and love? And look, I see on the chats that people are saying they signed the petition. I have actually put on my signature line and all my emails the link to sign the petition on all my emails, just asking people to do it. Social media, my clients, we produce a live online program every month. And CJ is a part of that, Dr. CJ Rhodes. And we interview researchers on mind-body practices. So I hope you will all join us. And Bill and Angela, I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It's been a great ride with you too, and I'm honored to help you out. Keith, thank you and Neil also for creating this program, this opportunity. So thank you so much. From New Jersey in America, I'm going to sign off, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Can we? Yes.
We're doing well with time. Everything is running beautiful. Maybe we can hit some videos while we have got the crowd here, and then you can carry on a bit later as
that would be perfect.
On to more people. And I have got one ready while Nishit keeps the other ready. Let's play this one while we are watching at it. And We've still got some more. There we go.
Dear Bill and Angela, on behalf of the Osher Center for Integrative Medicine and members of our local Tai Chi community here in Boston, I want to express my sincere gratitude for your vision, commitment, and passion in advancing awareness of Tai Chi and Qigong throughout the entire world. Your Herculean efforts have literally inspired a therapeutic global movement that could not come at a better time for the planet. I look forward to ongoing collaborations and finding ways to jointly advance the integration of the traditional wisdom of Tai Chi and Qigong into modern society. Thanks again, and blessings.
Hi, Bill and Angie. This is Daisy Lee of Radiant Lotus Qigong. I wanted to wish you a very happy 25th anniversary celebration of the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. I can't believe that it's been 25 years since you began this journey, and what a lot of effort you put into this to let people know about the benefits of Tai Chi and Qigong. I am so proud of you and so grateful for all the hard work that you've done to get us to this point. May it be many more than 80 countries and everyone enjoying playing Tai Chi and Qigong. Wish you the very best.
Alrighty, well, I'm Sifu Michael Fuchs, Shaolin Butterfly, ShaolinButterfly.com, just like it sounds. I want to thank, first of all, Keith Sharp, Sifu Keith Sharp, for inviting me to take part in this festival and celebration of paying our thanks to a wonderful couple, Bill and Angela Douglas, the founders of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. If you're watching this, you're probably aware of it, but I saw this from the very beginning, how, it's grown and grown. A little background, I and my school sponsored the first celebrations for World Tai Chi Day, where I live here in the state of Connecticut, Northeast USA. I had read his book. His and his wife's, they co-authored the so-called Idiot's Guide to Tai Chi and Qigong, which is actually a very outstanding book. I was impressed by it. Compiled a great amount of information. And then in there, they talked about World Tai Chi Day, which hadn't even really started, I don't think, when the book came out. In 1998, Bill and Angela did a very successful event, the first one in Kansas City. CNN Headline News covered it. That gave it great exposure. The following year, the global World Tai Chi and Qigong Day event began. That was 1999. That's when I read the book. I was just a little too late to get in on that first year. The second year, again, my school and myself, we received the governor's official proclamation. You can see pictures of on my website, declaring the World Tai Chi Day in the state of Connecticut, which was outstanding. We did the same the second year. Now that first year was so new, I invited every Tai Chi teacher I knew in every school in the state. I had one Tai Chi Sifu I knew responded, who thought this was a wonderful vision and goal. And we had many other vendors. I had yoga people and people into healing arts and meditation. And we had a great event, TV, newspapers. Following year, same thing, even bigger. And then the following year, this is 2001, there were other schools that had World Tai Chi Day events here in Connecticut. And not just here, but so what I'm saying is I've seen it, it's grown and grown. I mean, truly, every continent, every nation, every region, every state. Probably in Antarctica, there's people that are stationed there on a scientific project. They're doing Tai Chi on World Tai Chi Day, right? And for good reason, because these arts, as much as they've, grown. When I first started learning 40 years ago, if I said Tai Chi, people thought I hiccuped. They didn't know what this word was. Now, pretty much everyone, many people have an idea of what Tai Chi is. They've seen some, maybe, could be in a commercial, on a TV show, in a movie. But it's still vastly underutilized. Tai Chi and Qigong, vastly underutilized by the general population, and I would say still misunderstood. So we got a lot of work to do, but Bill and Angela, again, for their vision and their tireless work, deserve the greatest thanks. And we thank them, and we encourage them to keep going. I mean, they obviously know what they're doing. It's a huge event. One thing I'd like to talk about, Keith Sharp mentioned, to talk about some of the benefits of Tai Chi and things it can do. And it can, essentially, Tai Chi and Qigong, and there's all different styles of Qigong and Tai Chi and approaches, but these various approaches, depending on the teacher and the emphasis, can assist us with regeneration of our health, maintenance of our health, and longevity in a great variety of ways. Many people know that originally, or maybe many people don't know, originally Tai Chi is a type of Kung Fu. It's a specific style of martial arts, and that's protecting our health, right? So I would just like to say, I got to wrap it up. I got 5 minutes, that you can be the so-called average person. You don't need to be sick. It's just, one, it's enjoyable. It's fun. You find a group of people that seem to be on the same wavelength as you, find a good instructor, and enjoy it and have fun and explore, because it's very deep. We're talking arts that are different versions, thousands of years old. So again, thank you so much, Bill and Angela Douglas, and to all who take part in this event. Thank you.
You're muted, Keith.
I'm here now. Wow, that was a rousing performance by Michael Fuchs. All right. I can imagine him being on the flight deck of one of the aircraft carriers and laying the law down to all the people who are making everybody safe. So thank you, Michael. Thank you to Peter Wayne at Boston as well. And of course, to Daisy from Puerto Rico. I'm now going to jump back to this smiling gentleman here, Rajiv. All right, I've got you unbooted, so please, Rajiv, can you say a few minutes as we catch our breath again? No, we can't hear you. Why is that?
Yep, we can't hear you.
Rajiv, can you try to unmute again or join again? Rajiv, if you can hear us, try to unmute again. You have not joined the sound. Yeah, you seem to be on a Bluetooth. Rajiv, maybe sign back in and we'll take you in, okay?
Okay.
Rajiv, sign back in and we'll take you in.
Right.
Keith, let's move on.
Yep, let's move on. Is that I'm just going to take a small break here, not too much, away from the activities, but many of the people participating today will know of a lady called Ambika Devi Karma Yoga. One of the reasons I'm doing what I'm doing is because I came across this lady several years ago, and we formed a partnership called Tai Chi Prana Wellness. And it was identified to be able to see the benefits between Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, and meditation. Unfortunately, this lady, who is, I hope she doesn't mind me saying, but she's only in her early 40s, has suffered a setback. She is currently, I believe, still in hospital, having suffered a stroke on the 14th of April. And I'm sure that we'll all give our best wishes to Ambika and her children and her colleagues throughout the world. And I know Dr. Wei-Ching Lee and I have spoken about this lady before, but we do not wish having strokes on anybody. One of my relations has just had one, and she came out within 3 days from hospital. If Ambika is still in there, she must be quite poorly. So please give your blessings, give your good wishes, through this medium to Ambika. Thank you.
And Keith, Ambika is a very good soul. She is part of Healing Our Earth as well, and a close friend of Wai Ching. When she was in Ambika, maybe Wai Ching, you can also send her a nice 20-second energy from here, please. It'll be a good idea because she's a wonderful soul.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Do we need
It's a
to
very
take a
full gathering, so just for a moment
Okay.
of just sending some healing chi to Ambika. So everyone, as you know, just take a deep breath of your divine chi self. And all of you know how to emanate and send the transmission. With the next breath, we just seal it into her chi body, a bioenergetic field, and deep into her physiology, bloodstream, into her cells. And lifting up the vibration of her physical self. Connecting with her soul, her Shen, and bring it down through all the three treasures, the sundial, through the meridians, and into the physicality.
Thank you, Wai Ching. What a wonderful, I think we all grouped together and it was a perfect time. Wai Ching, stay around. We'll be coming back to you later. Keith, it's a perfect time to welcome our senior host and anchor at Healing Our Earth, our very own Sharon Rose, and one of our friends too.
Okay, Sharon, you're here. How lovely to see you. And I'm delighted after my period of interrupting everybody to see you come in. Use a modicum of professionalism of introducing people. I do have one request, is that when we get to item 30 on our list, I have to act as though I'm Professor Robert Campbell. So if you can introduce me at that stage, I'd be very grateful. Okay, so Sharon Rose. I had the pleasure of going to India a couple of times on business and on holidays. And I saw the performances, one or two performances. And I hope you don't take this wrongly, Sharon, but when I see the ones of you dancing a few years ago, my God, you were a good girl. So I'm going to hand over to you now, Sharon Rose from Colorado.
Global Namaste. It's just such a joy to be with you as always on this amazing day where we're celebrating the exquisite, powerful, and heartfelt work of Bill Douglas and Angie.
And Sharon,
Yes.
before we let you carry on and before we just temporarily say, put back Keith on the gallery, Keith has done such a wonderful work because he was also coordinating with you to put this thing up as well. And so we want to acknowledge that, Keith, although we mentioned earlier, you have done such a sterling work. You can see the smile on Bill and Angela anyway. And you made the first effort that they should be globally recognized, not just for this quarter century. In fact, you planned for the half century, but you might have to extend your lifespan. So we can welcome them. And Sharon is also a friend of Ambika as well with Wai Ching. And Sharon is also friends with Bill, because Sharon has brought Bill several times on Healing Our Heart. So Sharon, we are very proud of you too as well.
Well, thank you.
Who's
Yes,
over to you for a while.
after most of you know my background, years in India, living with the great Sitara Devi, Queen of Kathak and Bollywood star, and then filmmaker. And then how many years ago now, around 2016, I took my journey into Qigong and began working on my film, Quantum Qi, the Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. And I want to tell you all that we are finally finishing the film, and it should be a few months. Finally, it's been quite the challenge, but we are finally going to finish it, and we'll bring it out. And during this period, as I've been working on it, I immersed myself deeply. It's like getting a PhD in Qigong, because I was able to interview between the film and bringing Qigong really to the Shift Network, the Qigong Global Summit for 2 years. I was able to meet and interact and interview, let's see, probably about 40 different Qigong teachers and masters and healers, and work together with Amalia Wai Ching, Roger Yonka, Dr. Effie Chow, Ying Xing out of Eastover Estates as associate producers, and create a really beautiful work of art. You know, my background in India gave me such a desire to bring beauty and bring the power of the spirit. And that's what this film is about. And that's what Qigong, it was amazing because I had been with different teachers and masters in different traditions. And when I met all of these Qigong masters, there was such a sense of giving without all these egos, but like complete love and giving and immersion in their work. It was just thrilling. And so I've been really blessed. And then I was able to meet, of course, Bill and Angie, whose heart, whose life has been devoted to really bringing forth Tai Chi and Qigong to the world. And look what they've done. It's incredible. So today we're here to celebrate that. And I want to begin with a little message. Yes, Neil. Oh, Quantum Qi. Well, I could, let's see, maybe I'll show you, I'll show you a little, one of the trailers.
To see some of your production, Sharon, because you are one of the very finest movie makers. Every time you come on Healing Our Earth with the video reels, everybody eagerly awaits to see that. And Sharon, while you're looking at that, and keep it ready, we had one of our resident guest, Rajiv, who was a bit late. Maybe we take his message while you are keeping things ready, okay?
Great.
Rajiv, can you unmute yourself and give your message?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It has been a fantastic occasion to pay the big tribute to Bill and Angie. They have done amazing work that will be not remembered now. It probably will be remembered in the history of Tai Chi and Qigong. Tai Chi and Qigong is an ancient art, and really bring it to surface in a very scientific way, which I admire most. Being a scientific person, a good proportion of you might know, I'm a medically qualified person. I'm a medical qualified doctor, a consultant working in the United Kingdom, and therefore I am also a professor. So I judge everything into the evidence base and in the way it actually is translating into a person as well as to a patient. And Bill has done amazing work. We had discussions, and it has been, I was actually quite impressed with what is done. So, from my point of view, it is a big addition to the ancient, traditional, as well as the modern science working together in that form, which is what I think is intervention. And this is something which people are looking forward to, and each movement is an alignment to the big universe. All of us are part of universal energy, and through the platform of healing our earth, I can say very well that Mother Earth and other planets are all in alignment with each other, whether they circle around each other or in alignment through their energy, giving the human mankind that energy. And that energy is what I wanted to tribute to this occasion, where we all people who are on this platform, whether it's YouTube or it's Periscope or it is Facebook Live or Zoom or whatever, anybody who's connected today is connected for a purpose. All we are on this purposeful journey to make this earth a better planet than it was before. And thanks to again Lil Kumar for your efforts as well as for the health, who the whole healing our team. We have worked on it in order to take it from where it was to where it is now. And we have got many more miles to go. I personally think that putting our energy together for making Tai Chi and Qigong as a memorable, I will not just say just Tai Chi and Qigong day to day as a memorable day, but a day for reminding us time and time again so that we can recognize the contribution of Bill and many more people as Chow and many other people who have devoted their life to this cause and think the cause is bigger than a person. That will be the biggest attribute. So I'll bring it to the pose and I will say a small prayer. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu nirama, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukh bhag bhave. That is everybody is happy and healthy on this earth.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajiv. So there it was, Rajiv was actually saying, let's unite together, maybe become one whole large, big family together. That was the prayer that he said. Sharon, we are looking forward to some of your reels now. Is that right, Kate? Let's sit back and enjoy.
Oh, fine, lovely.
Okay.
And Sharon, of course, at Healing Our Earth, you brought so many Tai Chi and Qigong experts together with yoga and meditation experts and the kitchen experts. So you are an instrumental part at Healing Our Earth, our very senior host, while you are kicking in and working that out.
There we go.
I hope you are happy seeing Rajiv, your friend, professing that we should all unite together, including kids. Wait, we got the video. Let's watch that.
Okay.
Qi is the foundation of many healing arts. Qi is the foundation of many traditions in China. Life is from energy. Life is from Qi. And how about Qi? Where does the Qi come from? From love. From love of the universe.
What does Qi feel like? A buzz, tingling. You're so excited, full of energy that you want to be playful all the time.
When the Qi flowing, you can feel like warm, expansion, tingling. because Qi, when you move, it also have a power to heal.
When you're doing Qigong, what you're doing is cultivating life force within your body. You become a conduit for information, for new information to come into the body. And you connect to the Qi of the earth and the sky. You're simply a conduit.
In Taoist practice, you're harnessing this light, this energy, this Qi. And so when we cultivate that energy from within, that compassion, that joy, that love, we can shift our state, shift that emotional state into something that's elevated and not constricted.
Learn to shift from externally focused, searching for happiness, searching for meaning of life. You go inwardly, recognizing you have more access to life inside of you.
It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for martial arts or sports, improving strength, stamina, balance, and coordination.
Yoga practitioners and teachers love Qigong. The Qi focus turns their attention to a much more awakened internal sensory awareness.
There's a sense of resting in a very natural, open, spacious, clear, luminous energy which then carries you spontaneously and creatively through the movements and the flow.
Therein lies the ability of practicing Qigong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, longevity, self-healing, and healing others.
Qigong for everyone.
Qi is love.
Qi is light.
Qi is free. Qi is energy.
Amazing, Sharon, amazing. That's so beautiful and so lightning. My God, I just felt I'm inside it actually.
Well, I find it
very energetic.
interesting. Here I'm with you all, and Roger is talking about how yoga practitioners love Qigong. And that's why I brought Qigong to Healing Our Earth. And I'm so thrilled that we have now really integrated Qigong into Healing Our Earth and all of these wonderful teachers. And we're going to also integrate it into the Global Veda Mela that we're putting on with Dr. Denada and other events that we're going to be doing. So we're really bringing the world together. And then also, we've been really focused with Bill on his global transformation project, because he is really, Bill and Angie, well, the work they do, it just blows my mind, really. Their devotion, their dedication to really our mission of healing our earth and bringing all of these mind-body practices to children, not only children, but we're focused there now into schools all around the world. Can you imagine what that would do? Bill.
And Sharon, while Amrita was saying something, I want to echo with that your video, this particular one, is liked with so much. When Wai Ching and you were here in pandemic time, we played that video first, and then later you and Wai Ching actually did the poses that you did. So Wai Ching, later, once we go through with our people who are waiting, we don't mind extending. Later, you and Sharon can take us to some of the poses with Bill, and let us actually share the energy of Tai Chi and Qigong and the energy. So Wai Ching, stay around. We'll be with you again. Bill, And Angela, Sharon is waiting for your comment that the work that you are doing is outstanding. And what do you think of it so far, what Keith has created, and now Sharon is bringing some people? Over to you, Bill.
Well, one thing that strikes me is to hear somebody that's capable of making a film that incredibly inspiring sees the promise of the Global Transformation Project. That I found that very exciting, and yeah, thank you, Sharon, so much. And yeah, we can change the world. We're giving away the Gospel of Science 2nd edition all day today, free on Amazon Kindle. And when you read through that science, it's 700 pages and it's all meticulously endnoted. But when you read through that science, you'll see exactly what Sharon's talking about. We could add hundreds of millions of new meditating minds, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, mindfulness, and meditation in public education. And what science shows is that it wouldn't just change the planet people to people, although it would be doing that, all the work that we're all doing in all of our classes, but we're actually changing the consciousness of the entire planet when we practice these things, and especially when we come together and do it on World Tai Chi Day and on World Yoga Day in June. And so, yeah, what Sharon's saying is about global transformation. This is a reality. This isn't a pipe dream. And if you get that book for free today and read through it and immerse yourself in this science, you'll see that what Sharon's saying is reality. It's not a visionary thing.
So, Bill, the freebie that we are giving today, can you slowly and deliberately mention that it is Amazon Kindle? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. If you go to Amazon.com and then Kindle Books, and then search for New 2nd Edition, The Gospel of Science, and then it'll come up. And I was panicked this morning because it wasn't working on Amazon, so I had to get on Amazon, and that's why I was late today. But now it's working. And so go to Amazon.com and then Kindle Books, and then search New 2nd Edition, The Gospel of Science, and you'll have all this science at your fingertips. You'll be able to go right to the source articles and the data, and you'll see what Sharon was talking about. There was a time, Sharon, when we talk about this stuff, and it was visionary. It was like a vision. But once you immerse yourself in this science, the first thing that you'll realize is it is crazy that we don't have this stuff in public education. And we're not talking about me and Angie or anybody here teaching public education. We're talking about World Tai Chi Day taught us that mind-body teachers, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness, they're in every city on the planet. What we're trying to do is to use the UN to educate public educators, so they'll be bringing you local teachers into their schools to teach these things. So this isn't we don't have any angle here. None of us have any angle. We're not trying to promote our classes. I don't think you ever hear me and Angie talking about our teaching. and we do teach. But no, this is about each and every one of us, who has a desire to get into the public education system, kindergarten through 12th grade. And we could literally change the whole future of the planet. And
Thank you, Bill. Bill, stay around. We are going to come back to you. So those people who are connected to us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, website, and any other social media, there is a freebie waiting out there for you on Amazon.com. Just go and get it. You can't miss it because it's free today. Sharon, over to you. And you've also got a couple of videos from people from Creston.
I have one from Bill Smith.
Let's go for Bill Smith. And
Tai Chi Bill.
While you're looking for that, Sharon, while you're looking for that, Amrita, you and Keith have been planning as well for a while. And what do you feel of the success? And we are now 3 hours into this episode. How do you feel and how do you think Keith has done?
Yeah, thank you, Neil Kumar. It has been really wonderful. And so my great applause to him. And secondly, for his effort to try to bring up these things together. So hearing all this, when I address a lot of conferences on traditional medicine, I hear a lot about amalgamation of these traditional therapies, and all of them, they talk about single stuff, that is the chi. And to my surprise, this chi is the same ancient thing that we talk about Oj in Ayurveda, or we talk about prana in yoga and the Vedic sciences. So it is one of the best things that consciousness is the basic mode, and we being the celestial being are the part of that consciousness which our ancestors always remembered, and it's time for us to heal the world through that. And now I
Beautiful.
think Sharon is there with her videos, and let's hear.
Yes, let's go for it.
Hi, Bill and Angela. I want to just express some thanks for all that you do for the Tai Chi community, for the world, bringing that energy around the world every year. I so look forward to World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, celebrating in parks, celebrating in schools. It's been a multi-year journey, and I thank you so much for all your efforts.
And then I have a special treat. You know, our dear Effie, Dr. Effie Chow, passed away last year. What a force of nature. I miss her so much. She was such an incredible mentor. Just like Neil Kumar is an incredible mentor. And we all miss her. And I want to show a little video of her on this day.
Well, that's beautiful, Sharon. And that chi, I can see the aura in all of you. I think I'm the youngest one over here. I know that.
Here we go.
Hello, and welcome to the American Health Journal special report on discoveries in alternative medicine. We took our cameras to the East-West Academy of Healing Arts in San Francisco to meet Qigong Grandmaster Dr. Effie Chow. Dr. Chow has been referred to by Qigong masters from around the world as the mother of Qigong in the United States. She is co-author of the book Qigong, Medical Healing from China, and is highly regarded by her students.
Effie Chow is a master healer.
She's trying to not just help you, but make the world a better place.
She understands people, and she inspires people.
A true master of Qigong.
In July 2000, President Clinton appointed Dr. Chow to the original 15-member White House Commission on Complementary and Alternative Medicine Policy. Recently, the American Association of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine honored her as one of the pioneers and leaders of Oriental medicine in the USA. We began with the basics and asked Dr. Chow to tell us what Qigong is.
Qigong is part of traditional Chinese medicine, and it formulates the basic principles of the function of traditional Chinese medicine. Qi means the energy or the vital life force, or the breath, simply. And Gong means to work it, to cultivate, or to manifest that exceptional vital life force. This is our 4th World Congress, and it dates back to 1990 when we held our first one. And at that time, we combined with the traditional Chinese medicine as a whole, because very few people know about Qigong. And our desire to bring Qigong properly into the Western Hemisphere, into the science field, was kind of our motivation for holding these major conferences. And so it really coincides with the development in 1997 of the American Qigong Association and the World Qigong Federation as organizations to try and bring a community together instead of having Qigong masters operating in isolation of one another.
Let me introduce you to the Congress visionary, right? This is Dame Dr. Effie Chow. She's in the house. She's the Qigong Grandmaster, and she's the founder of the East-West Academy of Healing Arts, and she's the World Congress founder. That was 1990. She's revered as the grandmother of Qigong, and Dr. Chow has pioneered in bringing complementary care to the West. So let's invite you in first, Dr. Chow, to talk about the inspiration behind this World Congress.
I've started in 1973, the East-West Academy of Healing Arts, a nonprofit, 501c3 nonprofit. And it was dedicated to my father, who helped so many people come from China in those days, in 1930s, 40s, 50s. It was like, oh my God, he was battling society, always an activist. And so I guess I inherited all that from him. And I want to throw out two concepts that I've learned very well. He had many philosophies. He said, whatever you do, do your best. And then he said, live today as if to die tomorrow, and plan as if to live forever. We can influence the system, and which we have very much in the 20 years of the World Congress. It's not just practicing, but it's influencing policy and legislation to make the difference. Oh, my dear heart and love to all of you and to all in the world, because we are connected. We are connected. We are all energy bodies. Not that we have energy, but we are energy.
Sharon, what a wonderful memory we are all sharing about Effie. And just because of you and Wai Ching, who made me friends with her, and then Effie asked, Neil, how can I communicate with you? I said, I only talk to people on a WhatsApp. She went on a WhatsApp for me, and right to her last day, she was communicating through me on a WhatsApp. So let's remind people that she is not gone. Her body is not available on the earth, but her soul and legacy lives on and on and on. And for several episodes, we promoted the East-West Academy. So she was such a wonderful lady. And Sharon, you brought all these people over here through you and Wai Ching were always there. You brought that Clara, who is here as well. Fondly remembers Clara is actually still here, and she's been here for a long time, as does Bill and Angela. And isn't it wonderful that the spirit lives on? So, you know, we can leave a legacy. The work we are doing today for centuries, people will. Angela, Bill, I want you to know that even if the body doesn't give us the opportunity to be there ad infinitum, like how Keith is going to be over 112 years old, but it doesn't matter because our legacy will live on. So Sharon, very proud of you and Wai Ching for bringing Effie, convincing me that there is something. And what a wonderful soul she was. Whenever she came to healing, and she came many times, she was very astute right to the last moment. And Sharon and Wai Ching, was she not involved with Bill Clinton's project as well, I think at some point?
Oh, yes. She was on his alternative health committee. And what I thought was so interesting in watching this again is how she spoke about her father and his mission. And look who's carrying it on now, Bill and Angie.
Amazing. Amazing. One sentence from you, Bill, and one sentence from Clara, and then we'll ask Keith where we head on. And Sharon, you got more people. Bill, your
I'm going to talk fast. I'm going to talk fast with a long sentence. Yeah, Dr. Chow, in 1998, Dr. Chow and I, we didn't know that each other existed. We did not know each other. But that year, she founded the World Congress on Qigong, and that's when we started World Tai Chi Day. And then the World Congress on Qigong became a huge part of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day spreading around the planet. And one thing I just want to say real quick, Dr. Effie Chow, at her World Congress events, which we attended several of them, she would have Chinese masters come on and do things that look superhuman. And I have to confess, I wasn't buying it. I did not believe that these things were possible at that time, because I was just focused on teaching in hospitals for health. But after accumulating all this science, and if you get the book today for free, you'll see these things are possible for all of us. We have such extraordinary potential, and Dr. Chow really brought that home to us in a huge way, like nobody else that I know in the Tai Chi and Qigong world was able to do. And she was one of the first supporters of the Global Transformation Project. So she's just the most incredible visionary that you could imagine. Yeah.
Thank you, Bill. Bill, stay down. We obviously need you because Keith is going to bring you back in a moment. Clara, one sentence from you, and then we move over to Sharon and Keith for forward contributors, please.
How beautiful, thank you for Sharon to have brought Effie Chow in such a visceral way, and to remember that her soul, her spirit is very much part of this project. If she can be, she'll be working on the other side, because that's the kind of tenacious soul that she is. So I think it's genius that she's dropped in here and she's now imbuing it, and she's almost going, yes, let's do this. So thank you.
Thank you, Clara. WhatsApp her and see if Effie responds to us, okay? One sentence from you.
Can I say something? Yeah, I'll say I have a long sentence, punctuated, and I'll try and speak as quickly as I can. But I feel Effie so often, and we actually sort of were in each other's field when we were in Chinatown for a gathering of Qigong teachers and for lunch, but we never really met. And then several people say to me, because I was living in San Francisco, that I should meet the great Effie Chow, Dr. Effie Chow, and I never got to until Quantum Chi happened. And then we met, and it was just a happy reunion of an elder sister and a little sister. And it was just really beautiful. I really do miss her. And yeah, it was lovely to have brought her onto this and Healing Our Earth. And also my claim to fame here is having invited Sharon Rose to Healing Our Earth. So so that was that was a good connecting point there.
Thank you.
Yes, it was
Thank you,
just
Viking. Stay around. We are going to come back with you as well. Kate, we are ready to move on, and maybe you wanted to come in now or a bit later, because we've got Roger Janka waiting, we've got Violet waiting, we've got other people for Sharon waiting. So Kate, any comment from you?
Well, only that we've had a late edition that I would like to just repeat the words that have come to me from this gentleman. And Sharon, I apologize for interrupting your element, all right? I thought that we needed a special guest, and I tried, but Bill, Angela, I failed. Your governor's office does not answer my emails or my questions, so you may like to take that with them. However, I've got an able substitute who lives up not far from James McBritchie, and this gentleman is a trustee of an organization called the National Forum for Health and Wellbeing, something which Rajiv, Neil, and a number of others are aware of. This gentleman's name is Professor Rob Campbell, and he's an active member of Tai Chi and Qigong. And I phoned him up and said, I need a substitute. The governor of Missouri will not attend, and you stand in for him. And he said, yes, of course. And he sent the following, which is 4 paragraphs, all right? And I quote, despite my professional background in philosophy, I have always taken a keen interest in bodywork and health. I began with Tai Chi classes in the early 90s. It means 1990s, not 90s age. And I still maintain a regular practice. Modern medicine has extended life expectancy dramatically. In 1765, that was before you became a nation, wasn't it, Bill? Life expectancy at birth was around 40 years, and by 1840, it was around 45 on average. But by 1950, it had risen to around about 67, and by 2019 was 79 for males and 83 for females. However, healthy life expectancy has not matched those increases, and unfortunately, many people can find their later years troubled by infirmities and disabilities. It has long been recognized that one important determinant of good health is exercise. However, we know now that even gentle exercise can have beneficial benefits. Gentle exercise, especially for older people, can be enormously helpful in maintaining health. A professor says, I strongly believe, and research evidence supports the view, that Tai Chi and Qigong provide just the kind of gentle exercise and will preserve health, maintain flexibility, and encourage core strength. They encourage mindfulness and mental health and are available to everyone, whatever their age or level of physical fitness. And he is delighted to support this event. The gentleman is an emeritus professor of philosophy, formerly Pro-Vice Chancellor at the University of Bolton in Lancashire. And I thank Bob for being my substitute. And I hope you enjoyed that little interface.
And Keith, just to tell you that Professor Robert Campbell is a regular at Healing Our Earth. What a nice smile, what a gentleman he is. He's actually quite senior and he's still practicing, and it's a very powerful personality here in United Kingdom. So Bill and Angela, be proud of it. And it's wonderful, Keith, that you brought him as well. So it's so beautiful. Sharon, we need to move on, and shall we move on to Violet now? And
yes,
move on?
Let's move on to Violet.
Yes, Violet is here and she's beaming and smiling, and let's just bring them in spotlight. And here we go. And look at the smile, bright smile over there. And over to you, Sharon.
I'd like to introduce Violet Lee. She was born in Shanghai, what a beautiful city, China, and raised in Taipei, Taiwan, before settling in St. Louis, Missouri for many years. Throughout her life, she's held a passion for physical fitness and has explored various forms of exercise, including yoga, aerobics, and kickboxing. However, it wasn't until 2000 that she discovered her true calling in Tai Chi. With over 10,000 hours of dedicated study and practice under her belt, Violet has become an expert in the art, learning from a variety of masters and grandmasters. In her quest to better understand the benefits of Tai Chi, she has also consulted with research scientists, doctors, and practitioners. I get to meet you at last. Global Namaste, Violet. Please, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Violet, try to unmute by joining the audio sound in the computer. Over. Okay, still not working. You need to look at the bottom left where you've got the mute button and microphone, and put the up chevron and then join the microphone, either array or same as the system speaker. And don't worry while you are trying to do that, or maybe sign back in, Violet, and join the audio at the point of signing if it's easy for you, okay? All right, she's going to sort that out.
Also, I must tell you that Violet was the World Tai Chi Day organizing force for St. Louis, Missouri, as well as a prolific Tai Chi journalist. And I know I follow her on Facebook, and she's always having really, really beautiful posts. that are
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And I was using LPAS and it wasn't working. I don't know why. But, you know, technology, you love it, you hate it. And so I invited Lee, and some people doesn't think I'm Chinese because with my orange hair. And Sharon, thank you very, very much for the very kind introduction of me. And I stumbled upon Tai Chi Chuan at a late age, in my late 40s. Yes, and so originally I did it just because I took my kids to Chinese language school. I had nothing better to do. So okay, maybe I just exercise with it. But at the beginning, and I was very, very busy. I had a full-time job, which was very demanding. I put in overtime all the time, and I have 2 young children, and my husband traveled for work all the time. So I'm practically like a single mother. And I grew up in Taiwan, as Sharon said, and that time Taiwan was quite poor in a developing country, and I did not got a lot of great nutrition I needed to grow, and I always weak and sick. And with my responsibility as a mother, as a wife, and also working, and I was always exhausted and tired. But with Tai Chi practice, and found out, oh, my lower back pain now is gone, and I had more energy to to handle my daily life. And so I started, and a little bit harder, and then but not until 2009, and at the introduction of a friend, I started to write for an online newspaper, but no paper. It's kind of funny, right? Newspaper, but no paper. Originally, I was only writing for the St. Louis market, but with the paper on the internet, and people elsewhere found me. So soon, Examiner.com and asked me to write for the U.S. market. So I got to know a lot of people, and I did a lot of interview, as Sharon said, and it was amazing. But originally, I attended some World Tai Chi Day celebration. I had no idea, and how did it came about, And Bill, you probably know Justin Stones and her parent, those nice folks in St. Louis, and so they organized those events. I attended, but I had no idea, how it came about. And then once I started writing for Examiner.com, and Dr. Effie Chow, and she reached out to me, and then she actually introduced me to you, Bill, and she talked greatly about your effort, your work, and so forth. Then I realized, oh my God, there's somebody in Kansas, in the middle of the United States, actually has such a brilliant idea, and then to celebrate this healing art, and in amazing way. And so now I got to know Bill and Angela. And then I remember in the fall of 2011, Bill and Angela, you came to St. Louis for a book signing event. And I went there, and it was a very cold day. And we sit there and listen to you about how the idea came about of your book. And then you were very gentle and kind and offer a meditation. And so you did for about 20 minutes. first, sitting in a very cold bookstore, and my whole body was kind of shivering a little bit. But then, and with your soothing voice, and then you just put me to ease. It was just amazing. And very soon, my whole body felt nice and warm. And I felt the tingling sensation all over in my body. And so it was magical. And I have to thank you for that. And later on, I bought it. I said, do you have a video, audio, whatever, I can purchase? So yes, I purchased that CD, and it's on my phone. And wherever I go, when I need a little bit of, how should I say, calmness and the chi and whatever, I would listen to your voice and listen to your meditation, and that really, really helps. And I thank you very much for what you have done, you accomplished. And Sharon, I also, how should I say, appreciate that you just show us the video about Dr. Effie Chow. Yes, Dr. Effie Chow really and connect all of us together, just like Bill and Angela. And some of you probably know I am trained in the traditional Tai Chi Chuan. And I was very fortunate. I studied with Grandmaster Chen Zhenlei, and I went to his home in the US for private lessons for years. And later on, I was very fortunate to be accepted as his indoor disciple. I'm so glad to hear today, and a few of you talk, oh God, just it's too sensitive. I did not really touch the control, but anyway, it lowered my my desk. So I heard Peter Ward from UK, and also Michael Fuchs and in the US all echo about the healing art of Tai Chi Chuan and Qigong, and they both talk about the martial art aspect of Tai Chi Chuan. And as a matter of fact, and Tai Chi Chuan is a branch of Qigong. And here I got a book. It's the Tai Chi Chuan Illustrated, and that's by Chen Xing, Grandmaster Chen Xing. And you talk about, the meridian system and so forth in these crazy drawings. Yeah. And so Tai Chi Chuan is part of Qigong, and it is great. And so it's a healing art, it's a martial art, as well as performing art. And then maybe I'm just preaching to the choir, but I'm hoping, and the more people later on have the access to this recording, and they can also learn a little bit about the art. And so what else? There's so much I would like to express my gratitude to Bill and Angela for creating the World Tai Chi Day, and it's just amazing. Yesterday, I had a little bit celebration here in my backyard. By the way, I moved from St. Louis to Las Vegas about 4 years ago. And so yesterday, I invited my students and friends. We had a wonderful time, and I shared with them the history of the World Tai Chi Day. And yeah, everybody was saying, how did they get that idea? I say, I don't know. but earlier I heard them say, because you went meditation, right? And then it came to you. And it's really, really powerful. So thank you again for your vision, and then not to mention your tireless effort to promote it. And of course, last but not least, and Keith, thank you for connect us all together. And originally, back couple months ago, right? You sent me a Facebook message and asking me to join this, and so I could not believe the effort you have to gone through, and then to run all of us together, and then to do this tribute to Bill and Angela, and this is wonderful, and not only giving me an opportunity to say a few words to express my deepest gratitude, but at the same time, through this few hours program, I have learned so much from so many of you, and as Sharon talked about that, I am a writer. I have written more than 700 articles about the healing art, and but I'm not really an author like Bill. You know, I'm a journalist. I interview people, and I want to write about your experience and your stories and all the stories of your students and so forth. So if you have any things you would like to share, and please let me know. And I'm very easy to find. I'm violently at tadi.com, and my website. Oh, by the way, because the success of exam.com, they were sold, and the new company, they changed the editorial direction. So I did not quite like it because it's about gaming, about they have a lot of annoying ads. So I decided to come out and just do it myself. I pay for the website, and of course nobody pay me for my writing. And some companies wants to do some kind of marketing tie-in, but I did not want to deal with that. I want to maintain the independence of journalism. So, so if you decided to share your stories with the world, and please let me know. And if you want to contribute articles like Dr. C.J. Rose, and she did a couple of stories for me, and I really appreciate that. If you wanted to write for my side, and you're very welcome. Again, I cannot compensate for your writing. Because I don't have any financial support from outside. And my website is www.violetleytaichi.com. And thank you again, Keith, for putting this together.
Okay. A very quick question, if I may, or a quick interruption, Sharon. One of the participants that we hoped to arrive today was Francesco Garipoldi. All right. Yes. I've just had in a messenger from him saying the following: Keith, I had the construction crew here all day at Wuji Mountain, and I didn't have a break, but my good intentions flowed to the event. Okay. And namaste. Okay. Thank you.
And if you want to know about what he's up to out there, just go on Facebook. He's posting a lot of very interesting posts about Wuji Mountain and the activities there. And now I want to bring in my dear friend, associate producer of Quantum Tree, and I'm going to tell you a little more about him, Dr. Roger Yanka. Roger Yanka is a doctor of Chinese medicine with 30 years, probably more now, since this first came out, of clinical practice and 8 research trips to China to study its ancient healing traditions. He is founder and director of the Institute of Integral Qigong and Tai Chi, and serves as a consultant to hospitals, social service agencies, and corporations in complementary and integrative medicine, wellness, and medical cost reduction. Dr. Yanka is author of The Healer Within, used in body-mind programs worldwide. His most recent book, The Healing Promise of Qi, has become an instant classic in the Western literature on Qigong and Tai Chi. In 2005, Dr. Yanka was appointed to co-convene a national expert meeting on Qigong and Tai Chi in collaboration with the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign and the National Blueprint for Active Aging. And yes.
That's more than enough.
No, global namaste, Roger. It's so nice to see you.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Keith. And thanks to everyone who's here and being patient with their time. Bill, I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was probably somewhere around 19 something in the last millennia. So is that 1,000 years ago? And so I'm here in Santa Barbara, California, and we have done World Tai Chi and Qigong Day events in this community on many years. And we even got a proclamation from the mayor one time, and that was fantastic. The interplay, I'm one of the founders of the National Qigong Association. The interplay between the NQA and World Tai Chi Day has always been very robust and collaborative. One of the things that I think is kind of fun to say is people would say to me, well, where was World Tai Chi Day invented? And they would be thinking, you know, well, it must have been like Boston or New York or San Francisco or Seattle, and then no, it's from the from the very middle of America. It's not what you would call the cutting edge early adopters to transcendental ideas. It's a very practical part of the world, celebrated in a very practical way throughout all the time zones. I mean, it's a kind of like it's a miracle kind of a thing. And so I know that there's a lot of people who are lined up to say their appreciations, and so I just want to bow and I want to say this one, and then we'll say this one. This is like ready to rumble, and then this one, ready to humble for the possibilities. I think one of the things that's very true about most of the people on the line right now is that in these dire and unpredictable times, we are irrevocably enthusiastic about the humans. The humans have suffered through and celebrated through, well, the human gene, 3 million years. So nothing can really finish off the humans. So we know that. We got 3 million years of survival of the human gene. So then what's going to happen next? Well, we don't know. So we're possibility people. We're people who think like, what could you do? And then we do that. I spend all my time every day, all week, focusing on these things, including composting and growing vegetables and tending trails in the forest, as well as doing Qigong and Tai Chi, as well as reaching out and training. I'll just mention that the Institute of Integral Qigong and Tai Chi, of which I am the founder, we have trained over 4,000 teachers and practice leaders who work in schools, social service agencies, Veterans Administration facilities, and even golf courses. So just many blessings to everyone out there, and may the many be empowered, and may all find peace. Thank you.
Oh, Roger. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been an amazing journey to work
Hey,
on this
Sharon.
film with you as my one of my mentors in all of this. And I'm just very excited that after years, we're finally going to get it out. And
Yep.
Bill, I'm starting to think we should probably do a crowdfunder and make a film about the Global Transformation Project.
Oh, that would I would love to work with you on that. I would love to. Yeah, that's an awesome idea. You know,
And
one
then we
thing I
could
just want to say real
like
quick about
Violet.
Roger. One thing I'd like to say real quick about Roger is originally when we created World Tai Chi Day, it was World Tai Chi Day. And then I got a call from Roger Yanka, who I learned about through the National Qigong Association. And he said, Bill, he said, this really needs to be World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. So I just wanted to let you know about that.
Yes.
All right,
yes.
everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming on, Roger.
What a pleasure.
Okay. Now we have, let's see, Stephen Watson. Would you like to come on now? And let me introduce you. Stephen Watson is the founder and former director of Silent Dragon Schools. He immersed himself in Eastern philosophy for over 30 years, and his martial training began in concert with his interest in philosophy. In that time, Stephen earned many accolades, including Tai Chi Push Hands World Champion, as well as being inducted into the Martial Arts Hall of Fame. His motto is, when you have enough wise, you have wise. When you have enough WHYS, you have WISE. He specializes in transmitting a profound understanding of why. Ask a question and he will show you that you already know why. There are no hidden treasures, only closed eyes. In addition to group and private instruction at Someday Farm, Stephen travels the world offering workshops on various Chinese martial arts. His teachers include every person he has ever met. Come be his next teacher. What a pleasure to meet you. Global Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you very much. Why do I always have to follow Dr. Yunka? It's just not fair.
Yeah, I understand. Such wisdom, such eloquence.
Yeah. So great to know you, Sharon. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Siobhan and CJ. Thank you, Angela and Bill Douglas. We're really grateful to all the work. I'm pretty astounded sitting here today. Usually if I sit inside and look at the computer, I feel like I'm failing my Tai Chi and Qigong. But today is different. Like I feel like I'm getting the benefits of the practice just by being in this fantastic presence. So I guess in keeping with Dr. Sharma's introduction, Om Purva Swaha Tatsavitu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahim Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. I'm Steve Watson. I'm in Connecticut, somedayfarm.org. I feel great anytime I see Violet. I feel great anytime somebody mentions Dr. Chow. So I'm feeling just fantastic. This is Slafi, a helpful furry reminder of moving slowly. I'm at somedayfarm.org. The idea of the name of the school is that I think that the most good we can do in the world is planting seeds, right? We plant trees not for ourselves, but for those who follow us. And as much as I'd like to see a healthful change in myself through these practices, and as much as I'd like to see healthful changes in my students through these practices, I kind of recognize that those changes might show fruit in many later years. But the work here is to plant the seeds. So that's why it's Someday Farm. You know, when well planted, seeds may germinate. here and there and now and then. But those seedlings produce roots and branches, and those branches leaf and they flower, and those flowers bring fruit, and those fruits bring seeds. And so the seeds that we plant today become the fruits of tomorrow, but those fruits continue to plant seeds. So it's important that we spread the word and tend to the seed bed of today for those tomorrow. In thinking about, and I'll keep this brief because no Tai Chi teacher ever keeps things brief, right? They just go on and on. So I want to be different. I was thinking, here as we kind of wind up today's event, what could I offer that kind of hopefully threads a connective mycelium or sutra through everything. And that would be this practice from Tai Chi Chuan of Tingjin, or listening. There's this cultivated skill of listening. And I think, our job is to listen to our ancestors, right? To consider the foundations of these arts. And in doing that, we begin to learn to listen to ourselves, to listen within. And if we continue in our practices, we learn to listen to other, not just ourselves, such as we might see in push hands or Qigong therapy or something like that. And there's a community that's necessarily born of self and other. And if we can begin to listen into that community, such as the one that we built through World Tai Chi and Qigong Day and the Global Transformation Project now, we begin to, plant the seeds of empathy and compassion. And I don't know, that just sounds like something we could use. If we begin to practice the Tingjin in community, in the us that is born of the other and the self, and that is rooted in the understanding of the ancestors, we begin to open the possibilities of Tingjin to listening to the earth, and perhaps listening to the cosmos. And if possible, maybe we can even practice Tingjin and listen to those who will come after us. And through that, we can appreciate them as our ancestors yet to come. And what do they need? What do they wish for? And how can we apply ourselves today, right now, to be indeed the seedbed, the soil for their seedlings? So love, thank you, Angela. Truly, truly, truly. Thank you, Bill. We deeply appreciate the humor that you bring, which lubricates the soul. So anyway, if I keep going, I'll cry. Keith, thank you, thank you, thank you. All the love from across the pond, and we'll meet you in person one day. Thank you,
very
Sharon.
much. Yeah.
Bye
Thank
from
you.
Sloppy.
All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm going to interrupt Sharon once again. Is that in Roger Yanker, we have somebody who is admired as much as anybody else around the world. I had the pleasure of meeting Roger in Scotland in 2006 and 2012. And I invited him to lunch, which was over a small pot of coffee or tea and a sandwich, I think. And Roger, who I treat as a true American, said to me, "Keith, what is it you can do for me?" And I sat there and I thought, what is it I can do? And it wasn't until many months later that Roger and I formed a small partnership, and I realized it's nothing to do with Roger, it's nothing to do with me, it's what can we do for the communities? And here we are doing it. Thank you, Roger, for the question, and sorry it's taken 12 years to answer properly. Over to you, Sharon. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to show one more little trailer. Roger's in it, of course. and this shows the second half of the documentary is about the relationship between Qigong martial arts and Tai Chi. And to me, from my little few years now of being immersed in this, To me, Qigong is the foundational practice. It is the self-healing practice that pervades all of these other practices. So I'd like to show you this. What happened?
Martial art include all the combative arts like karate, judo, Chinese kung fu or Chinese boxing. It's a combative form of fighting, the art of expressing the human body.
Kung Fu, it means time and effort together is Kung Fu. The muscle power, the right position, the right spirit. More than that is the internal qi, like a battery.
The beauty of these Qi cultivation practices is that you can enter in anywhere. The Qi in Qigong is obvious because it says Qi work. With Tai Chi and Kung Fu, it's still Qi work, it's just called something else.
Qigong, Qi skill, is the energetic core of Tai Chi Chuan and Wushu. The skill of delivering power in a punch is not that different from what is required to move Qi within the body for self-healing.
When you exhaust your Qi from doing fast physical activity, as one might in martial arts, you need the Qigong to bring everything down, to settle the energy, to come back into repair mode.
So through practice, you feel in your heart and your whole body full of love, full of Qi. All of the history of the martial arts, it came out of the need to protect oneself, to protect your property, your family from being abused by someone else who was overpowering your forces.
If it's a threat of someone harming you, the best thing is to try to avoid it. But if your life is at threat, you need to know how to save your life. There is a physical protection, there's a mental protection, and there's a spiritual protection.
Most of us in modern life don't have aggressors attacking us. Most of our martial battles are emotional, are against stress, finances, money, our own internal voices in our heads. So how do we stay protected against those attacks?
The best way to protect yourself in a martial situation is to have mastered relaxation and presence. Then it's very difficult for somebody to harm you.
To be a quantum warrior or warrior of the Tao, we have to be brave enough to enter into unknown parts of ourselves and to bring forth the places of power and the places of shadows that we can transform into light.
The essence of martial arts is not to be aggressive. It is to be secure in yourself so you don't have to accept the challenges of others.
Martial arts, Tai Chi, Qigong. When you start dealing with energy, you want to know, oh, can I hurt somebody? When you expand and grow in love, can I help somebody? Can I heal somebody?
Well, after many years, this is finally going to come together and come out. And I'd like to bring in Clara and Amalia too at this point, who've been with us for quite a while. Yes. You know, what's so beautiful to me about these practices is really you can heal yourself. They bring such calm and peacefulness to your being, to yourself, like yoga. CJ, global namaste. It's so nice to see you. It's incredible. And as Roger was talking about in my first trailer, the combination of Tai Chi and Qigong and yoga is really profound. And then that leads to what Bill and Angie are talking about in the Global Transformation Project. All of these mindfulness, meditative, actually physical, and I would say dance too, because of course we know how beautiful dance can be and how it brings joy, especially you know, I worked in schools for years, and to bring these teachings in, I brought yoga in the context of story. In the context of story, you can do a lot of things in schools. And so we're looking forward to the really outreach and the brilliance and the manifestation of this of the Global Transformation Project in schools everywhere. And so I'd like for you to each give a little minute or two, as Neil always does, and say something about this. We'll start with Clara.
Oh, put me on the spot, why don't you? Oh, yes, yes, and yes. This absolutely has to happen. Like you say, it is already happening, but it's this coordination of it that Bill was speaking about, you know, so that it becomes more of a unified force, so that it becomes absolutely imperative that every child and teenager gets access to these methods of self-care. These ways that, because this is the thing, these methods are free once you know how to do it. But where's the encouragement to get into your practice? It needs to become something that's maybe a little bit trendy, maybe a little bit cool. Have you done your Qi practice today yet? Or what did I do with my Qi practice today? So that something becomes part of the vernacular, not something that you think you should do, but rather something that you find is you're drawn to, you're compelled to out of curiosity. And I think that would be great to engender in the kids as to why they would want to do it.
Beautiful. It's so much fun. I remember I worked with a high school choir. We were doing some Kuan Yin. Actually, we were doing a whole dance about Kuan Yin, but I added in the Indian rhythms like takita takadimi, takita takadimi, and they were all chanting that together. And we put little tikas on them, and these little girls were going, these black girls are going, well, I'm going to wear mine for a week. They were so excited, and they'd be on the bus. It was like their little club, and this is the kind of thing you're talking about.
Exactly. And this cross-pollination as well. You know, it doesn't have to be purely one or the other. It's what is weaving now, what is weaving that's going to make sense and being compelling and intriguing and fun. Make it fun.
That's why I like to bring together Indian rhythms, African rhythms, Middle Eastern rhythms. We're all speaking all at once. It's really a global dialogue, and that's what we're doing with the Global Transformation Project. CJ.
Hi. I am an absolute supporter of Global Transformation Project. Years ago, I did a study that showed that my students do better in their tests if they meditate and do Qigong just before a test. The issue, though, is we're all preaching to the choir. There's not a person in this room that doesn't already believe it. we need to find a way to explain it to everybody else, to prove it to everybody else. That's where we need hard science and numbers. And that's one of the issues that I'm focusing on, and to make absolutely sure that happens.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And Amalia Wai-Ching, first I want to, Amalia is out there with the World Council for Health doing extraordinary work. And I have a little poster here. She's asked me to share with you so you can see. Where are we? No,
well, maybe in the meantime, I can just say to Angela, yeah, that I worked with so many children. I'm so excited that we are going into this with working with the children orphanages, and we have a lot of giggles and funs when we do Qigong and movement and integrate it with yoga, because they're all like trying to balance and falling off over themselves. And it was just so much fun. And I've taught in several yoga festivals. So a lot of the yoga teachers say they found that was missing in yoga was the chi aspect. And I said, you shouldn't be, because the prana is there. So there's a beautiful integration. And it's just how it has been taught, right? In the field of yoga too, which we've discussed, and so this is really key, is to get back to the energetic aspect. So as this comes up, so I'll be teaching at in Wiltshire, the Better Way detox fair of the World Council for Health. CJ wanted to know more about our work, and we are bringing all this wonderful aspects of health, including detoxification for those who have been adversely injured by inoculations. And we are also doing nutrition, well-being, and a very strong supporter of Energy Medicine Better Way Conference and the World Council for Health. And World Council for Health is also a member of Healing Our Earth, and we are coalition partners. And of course, I've invited you, Bill and Angela, to come and join us as well. And we'll stay in touch for that purpose. So please, if you can join us in the UK, my slot is on the 15th of June, and we'll be teaching Qigong, and we have a lot of integration with the medical as well. So thank you so much, Sharon, for showing this and supporting as always. And then in Bali, we are doing also Qigong in the hospital, Arisanti Hospital in Mass, because the director of the hospital, his forefathers, his father and his grandfather were Balians. They are healers. So he's the director of the medical hospital now, and he's already integrated a lot of traditional medicine into the hospital. So we did Qigong, did a bit of Qigong with him, and he said, Luar biasa, which means extraordinary. So he definitely wants me to come and teach the doctors on Qigong. So that's the latest update.
Wonderful. The work of everyone here today has been just fantastic. And we love you, Bill. We love you, Angie. Your passion, your commitment, your knowledge is just incredible. And I'm very, very grateful, from Healing Our Earth to Keith, who really put his amazing mind to this and really created a beautiful day today. Thank you so much, Keith.
So Sharon, it is right time for us to go to Bill and Angela as well, because they haven't had a chance to actually really have their own slot. So they would like to thank everybody, including our dynamic 60+ VAT Kit Sharp. And he's doing very strong. So Bill and Angela, the stage is yours for next few minutes. Whoever you like to thank and appreciate, all over to you.
Well, I want to thank everybody. This has been so profound to just be with all these visionaries. It's been so inspiring for me. And Stephen, I just wanted to let you know that me and Angie have had a chance, especially me, has had a chance today to practice the listening. And one thing I wanted to mention real quick, because Doctor, you were talking about the need to educate educators that one of the people that you're working with is talking about. Just a couple of months ago, in the last couple of months, I had an experience. I teach for the University of Kansas Health System. And I had a student, and she was on hypertension meds, I discovered later, because she fell down in class because her blood pressure was too low. And I realized what was going on, and because I'd seen it happen many times before over the 30 years of teaching in hospitals. And what happened was her blood pressure was being normalized by the meditation and Tai Chi that we were doing in the class. And then what was happening is her hypertension meds were driving her blood pressure too low. And I've seen this happen over and over again. And so I told her, I said, you know, this very well may be what's happening. And she said, yeah, I've had low blood pressure for about 2 weeks now. I have a monitor. And I said, well, talk to your doctor and let him know that you're practicing mind body and that it can normalize your blood pressure. And then he can monitor you and then make adjustments to your dosage if that needs to happen. And her doctor refused to lower her blood pressure. He put her on another blood pressure medicine. And that was a couple of months ago, 2 or 3 months ago. And she is still chronically low blood pressure. So there is damage being done to people because doctors are willfully ignorant of mind-body education. Now, so that's a huge issue that needs to be dealt with. But I don't want to distract from Global Transformation Project, because if we get this into schools, we're not going to be having patients in these hospital classes. I'll be the only one there. I'll be the only one there at the hospital classes if we get this stuff into public education. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I can't tell you what a fire this has lit in us. My God, you guys are, you email people, you organize. You don't realize what brilliant people that you're working with until you have a forum like this. And you start to hear people's visions and what their motivation is and their life experience. And one other thing I just want to mention too is Roger Yonka and James McRitchie shook hands over a glass of scotch in England, and that became the National Qigong Association. And the National Qigong Association was a huge influence on World Tai Chi Day, and it enabled World Tai Chi Day to just explode across the planet in a way that it never would have if they hadn't shook hands over that glass of scotch in England. And so let that be a lesson to all of us. These little moments in our lives, as we go through our days, or these little moments in our lives, when we tune in and we get into the center, these little moments can be massively transformative over a period of time. And so I just can't tell you how much of an inspiration all you folks have been to me. They're really beautiful.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody, all the presenters, Keith, and you all pull it together for us and share our vision. World Tai Chi and Qigong Day would not have happened without all of you out there. And now, we are asking everybody to share the same vision that we have on the Global Transformation Project and make it happen, And I hope all of you will join together, just like World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, and hold hands together and move forward for the Global Transformation Project.
Yeah. Sometimes our students in our classes, they'll say, oh, you guys started World Tai Chi Day. And I say, no. I said, if me and Angie would have been the only ones out there at the Nelson Atkins Museum, CNN never would have picked it up, and it would have never become a world thing. And it never was Bill and Angie. It was visionaries all over the planet, like Dr. Effie Chow. We were all having the same dream. And like John Lennon said, when we dream alone, it's just a dream. When we dream together, it's reality.
Beautiful. So Keith, so much
Yes.
gratitude for your immense work today, really, your dedication and devotion. I'm very, very grateful.
That's appreciated. Right. Is am I a Tai Chi specialist? No. Am I a Qigong specialist? No. What am I? Some people will say it's something else. But facilitator seems to be a reasonable word. I deal with a lot of academics, and they tend to discuss things. And of course, being a former project person with getting things on time is saying, what are you doing about it? And so many say, oh, I just want to discuss it. No, we're not just discussing, we're achieving. We're going to do it. You are going to do it. Our children are going to do it. I don't have any grandchildren. I have a granddog. Can a granddog do it? I really want to thank you all today, all right, as a practical, no-nonsense person. My wife has only commented once from downstairs, which has said, you said the funniest thing today. You don't talk much. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you again. And let's move ahead together with an agreed program. Everybody that's taken part, I'm really, really grateful for your input and your dedication. And those from Healing Our Earth who have been listening to all our activities, Mita, Lata, and everybody else. And so I'd like to thank Bill and Angela, especially for this wonderful achievement of yours, 25 years. But equally, I would love to thank Healing Our Earth for providing the platform and the work behind the scenes that has been going on with Nishit, Amrita, and others. And I shall be dealing with them as part of the Tai Chi and Qigong Alliance with Healing Our Earth and endeavoring to produce the benefits that Bill and Angela in the Global Transformation Project foresee. Thank you very, very much indeed to everybody. I've finished.
Well done, Keith. You have done a fantastic job. And if you can do this at 85, God knows what you will do at 100. May Earth bless you with a long life, easy life, happy life, but most importantly, the humble you who works tirelessly for the benefit of community at large. So keep on rocking, buddy. We are very proud of you. Stay around. We are still not finished. I know you've got a onward evening appointment. Just stay around for a few moments. Sharon, you
Yes.
and Wai Ching are here. CJ, we must appreciate CJ because CJ was the first one to come even before me. She actually woke us up and said, hello, I'm waiting here. So CJ has been here from before us and she's here till the end. So CJ, we are very proud of you for staying around. You have seen the whole episode just in a nice long sentence. What are your thoughts of what has been achieved today?
Completely and utterly amazing. That's it. It's just utterly amazing. All of you are just fabulous. And I am just so glad I was able to be part of it because I had another event I was supposed to be at, but it got canceled. That's the universe saying I needed to be here the whole day.
Wow, that's amazing. And although Roger just came in about an hour back, he is a wonderful, humble soul. He has been at Healing Our Earth many times. Roger, what do you feel in the time that you have come? Did you feel the aura of the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day today?
Absolutely. And for fun, I'll just say that yesterday on the day, I made a comment online that said, today is World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, but for me, every day is Qigong and Tai Chi Day. And not only when I go to my Tai Chi spot, where I do my practice, but while I am turning compost, planting vegetables, digging ditches, everything that has come to me through Qigong and Tai Chi is right there with me. And I can pretty regularly tap into that as a feature of my moment-to-moment or hour-to-hour living. And so my impression for today is there have been a lot of people who tried to start an international Qigong and Tai Chi something. And it always seems to be based on, like, buying a membership and, etc. And what I see here is a kind of like what do you say? It's like, it's just a growing presence of an international community of people who share values and utilize Qigong and Tai Chi as a leverage into, what is that big part of the three jewels, which is, the master, or whatever you want to call that, but then the Dharma, the body of knowledge, and then finally the Sangha, the community. And a community of shared values is just like a massive blessing from transcendental sources here in this complex world. And so, rock on, keep going. I just started an email to a handful of good friends here. And, I think that there's something here that is really super relevant. And so I'm leaning in and sending, waves of blessing chi to everyone.
Thank you, Roger. As you say, rock on. Well, keep on rocking till we go on and on and on. Rosie, you have been here. Rose, you have been here for quite a while. Your comment, and then we'll go to James in Liverpool.
Oh, thank you very much. It's just been a fabulous day. I mean, I've been sort of in awe of all the kind of messaging and the activities everybody's involved with, and the proposals to go forward. I think it's exciting to know how many people view Tai Chi with such passion, Tai Chi and Qigong with such passion. It's been a long journey for many of us, I know, and many of us have longer journeys than I have, but it's just so wonderful to see so many like-minded people who are doing this for the betterment of their communities and for the betterment of everybody around the globe, without thinking of themselves, just wanting to do something for others. And I think that, to me, is something that's always been a huge part of my Tai Chi journey and health and wellness. It's not about what can I get out of it, but what can I give? What can I share? How can I help others? So this has been a tremendous day, and I've been listening and just been in awe of all of the work that you're all doing. And there's so much more to do, but I think, as Keith was talking about, putting together some, sort of like recognized standards that everybody will can adhere to, can acknowledge, can be a part of. There's just so much more to do, but I think with all the brains and the passion and the hearts that are here today, it's sure to be achieved. So I'm really excited to be a part of today. And thank you, Bill and Angela, for all of your hard work and everything you've done. And I know everybody's also said a big thank you to Keith, but I just want to say again, thank you, Keith. I know how hard you've worked, and thank you for putting all this together. It's been a wonderful day.
Thank you, Rose. From a rock on from Roger, to Rose, who says, what can I do for you? And we move on to James in a different country in United Kingdom, which is called Liverpool, in his Scouser accent. James, what would you like to say?
Could Roger come back on? Roger, are you still listening there?
He is listening.
Can you come back in?
He can't come
Roger?
in, but yes, he's here. We'll bring him in a moment.
Here's to you again. And where did we meet? Do you remember where we met? You're muted.
Yeah, where did we meet?
We met, my friend, in a conference in Berkeley, California, put on by Effie Chow.
That was it?
That started this, we started that, they started this, and it's all rocking and rolling. And here's to everybody, all the best and cheers.
Well, from rock on to what can I do to cheers from Liverpool, let's go to Stephen. Stephen, you were here earlier. You enjoyed, I love the Gayatri mantra that you did, which was amazing. And a lot of people at Healing Our Earth love that because that is our signature one. And what would you like to say, Stephen, on that?
I feeling like I wish I was a drinker. All I have is tea, but it's important to have an empty cup. We know that, but it's also important to fill the cups of others. I feel like everybody's done that today. As Clara is in the middle of my screen right now, I'm going to just assume all credit goes to her. It appears that you all radiate outward from her love. So thank you. Violet, I adore you. Anyway, I'll just cry if I talk. Thank you all. Bye, Sharon. Thank you, Keith.
Pleasure to meet you.
Superb, Stephen. What a wonderful episode we've had. You're all members of Healing Our Earth now. At Healing Our Earth, there are no exams, no judgment. It's a house with no doors, no windows, no keys. You love it, come. If you feel bad or something, don't worry, come back again. Okay, so now we go to Clara. Clara, how do you feel, Clara in UK?
Oh, this is so exciting. I can really understand why Bill is feeling the fire. Bill and Angie, I bet you're going to be going, whoa, because the energy of everyone here, we're all working with, vital life force energy. When we can combine and focus with a very clear intention, yeah, rock it round the world. It's going to happen. It is already happening. And so let's just follow one step after another, one breath after another, and just know that we've created a really strong team here. So thank you, Keith, for seeing the vision and calling everyone together. Thanks to everyone for being here. I'd like to thank all of you individually, but I haven't got time. But it's been brilliant to be part of. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I look forward to what we can all get up to next together. Yes.
Thank you. Clara says, keep on breathing. Well, if you stop breathing, you know where you are going. So keep on breathing, keep on rocking. Bill will come to you a bit later. Let's go to Lata, who is a backup team of Healing Our Earth. Lata, your comment, and we move on to others.
Yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful show you've put on, Keith and Neil and everyone else. Yeah, it was rocking and rolling. But yeah, we're all living evidence and examples of how it's healing us, and we're all joining forces. I mean, it was a lovely program where we can feel the energy between us, can't we, really building up, and what Dr. Effie has left behind and others that have left. Yeah, I'm so excited for you, Bill and Angela. It's really wonderful. Finally, you're getting your voices heard loud and clear. It's lovely. Yeah, I'm really pleased for you and excited for your, what's ahead. And we're all with you.
There you are, Bill. A lot of people are with you. Bill, you got your hand up, so maybe you can have your comment now before we come back to you a bit later. Go ahead, Bill, over to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something about because of James McRitchie and Roger Yanka forming the National Qigong Association, I was able to come to their annual conference and give a pitch for this idea of a World Tai Chi Day. And it was an incredible gift because of that, but also because I met Master Li Junfeng, who was in Sharon's documentary. And I'd never met him before or heard of him, but I fell in love with him when I heard him talk. And he gave his talk right before I gave my talk. And then it was lunchtime. We were all walking out of the plenary session. And he walked up to me, and it struck me like a diamond in my brain, because to have a stranger walk up to you who you'd never met before and be so centered in himself, to be able to say what he said to me, it just stuck like a diamond arrow. And he said, he was talking about my pitch for this idea of World Tai Chi Day. And he came up to me and he said, "Why are you doing this?" And he said, "If you're not doing it for love, don't do it at all." And so I really hope that everybody will get the new second edition of the Gospel of Science today for free on Amazon Kindle all day today, because when you read through that book, what you'll realize at the end of the book is that it's 700 pages of science on mind, body, yes, but what the underlying theme of all that science is that it's love. It's love. The science shows that love is the most powerful force in the universe. And these ancient mind-body practices that came, largely out of India and China, but really Aboriginal cultures as well, in many ways, what they are is they're systems to help us let go of all the tangles and the crap of daily life, so that we can remember what we are, which is vessels of love. And that's what the science shows. And we're the first generation in history that has had the science that actually proves this scientifically.
Thank you. We'll stay around. We still want you. And James, you and Roger, see, everybody is thinking of you. So you can raise your glasses again, because never get the glasses empty. Keep on rocking and drinking, because we love you guys. There you are. Look, even Stephen is joining with his signature drink. He loves it over there. Now, since I have noticed that all you guys are very serious, and since Keith has done fantastic work and he's here in United Kingdom, Keith, I promised you, whilst throughout the couple of years you've been talking to me, that if the World Tai Chi really wants to step up the game, they should actually hold a convention and real summit here in London. So August 2026, if you guys are serious and get me just 500 serious people, then maybe I can show you how you can become world media, how the House of Lords and MPs could come and support you. London still, governmentally, London still carries the weight in the world. If London Parliament agrees, all the Parliament follows, so it's a good time. So the ball is in your court, August 2026. You guys get talking with each other. Keith, you will be very instrumental. Bill, you will be very instrumental as well. Sharon, you will be as well. Then let's bring up a real convention and a summit in person in London. And that could be a stepping stone with merging with other Asian cultures, and also bringing Qigong and World Tai Chi in a person-to-person conventions, rather than just summit. So it's a very good idea. Bill, I'm very proud of what you have achieved. Today, I learned something more. You've been on healing several times, but I learned something extra. Thanks to our kids who persuaded me in a very simple format, and straight away I said, yes, just do it. If you do it globally, you bring more people. We want it done. And let's go to Violet here. Violet Lee, you are a new member here. To everybody, how do you feel? What energy do you feel with the people around here at Healing and the Tai Chi and the Qigong World Day?
Well, how should I put it? It's just incredible. And I really, really appreciate this this event, and I'm honored to be invited. And I guess it's all because Bill and Angela. Of course, we also understand without people like Dr. Roger Yanka and James McRitchie, and a lot of things is not happening. And one thing I really, really love this World Tai Chi Day is it's all grassroots effort. It's all from you and me and everyone else. And I love the saying is, what I got out of it is what can we put in there. And about 10 years ago, I quit my job at the IT industry, and people thought I was crazy. And a friend of mine who we graduated from the Washington University Executive MBA program, she said, okay, so what is your business plan? How are you going to expand your business? And it's like, I'm sorry, that was not what I have in mind. And I was interviewed by one online magazine that is called Entrepreneur something. And then I say, well, you're looking for a wrong person. I say, I'm not making any money by doing what I'm doing. And I just love the art. And so I think, as I mentioned earlier, I stumbled upon this healing art. And even though I'm Chinese, I should know better, right? But not really. And I was just busy with my everyday life. And but then once I got into it, the more I learned, the more I'm just intrigued by the art itself and also the people in this area. And I feel incredibly fortunate, and I'm part of it. And I'm just, loving it every day. And again, I want to give the pitch, and I'm always looking for good stories. And so please let me know if you can spare some of your time and talking to me, and let's get the words out. Oh, by the way, I have one more thing to share. A student of mine in Netherlands, and then she sent me a very cute a short video clip. She took the kids out for field trip and in the woods, and they were doing Qigong, and it was just so cute. And then these little kids and doing Qigong, and that this really is what the global transformation is all about. And I also want to report to you another student of mine, and she has been teaching the elementary students doing Tai Chi and Qigong, and for 3 years. And believe it or not, the little kids, they can't, some people say, oh, it's boring, they will not learn it. Yes, they will. And then she is going strong, and I'm just so proud of what she has been doing. But, and I think, Bill, you're right on about, bringing the art to the school. Thank you. Thank you.
Violet, for anybody that says kids can't get into this stuff, I have 2 words: animal Qigong. There's not a kid on the planet that's not going to love animal Qigong.
Thank you. Thank you, Violet. I'm sure you enjoyed yourself and you are in a group email. You can communicate with people. Well, now it finally leaves our Keith and William, and then Sharon and Wai Ching. You can officially close with a couple of nice moments of Qigong or Tai Chi humming or something. And then Sharon, you can finish with a nice quote that you've got and officially close over here. So Keith, as a penultimate speaker, how do you feel throughout this planning? And today you have achieved, and everybody you promised had an opportunity either through video and or live, and we had extra hour, and we've gone well over an hour now. But hey, we are all enjoying. What do you feel?
What do I feel? I'm amazed. I have just sent you a 1-word email. WOW! Exclamation mark. Wow. Let's rock on, as you say. I have nothing more to say.
Thank you,
Great
Keith.
news.
Keith, thank you. And remember, you are now going to lead the way 2026, that we really put the World Tai Chi and Qigong in real map world over. One of the dreams Bill wanted was to be represented in parliaments and everything. Well, it just cannot just work like that. We still have to work hard. But if we can do a convention maybe 4 or 5 days, including summit and a conference. London would be a better place with a trip on the Thames and a hotel convention where we meet and actually encourage people and formulate the way forward for next 25 years, so that 50 years it will be, and people will be holding some sort of trophies. It'll be a good idea. We'll talk about it later, maybe not this year, but next year to start for the following year. It would be very good. Bill, you and Angela, you've been here since the start, and you've seen so many people having so much affinity, memories with you, how you started, 25 years. So last millennia, as Roger said, and we are in this millennia, and maybe following millennia, people might still remember you as somebody who kick-started something. Your comments before we move to Sharon and Wai Ching. Yes, Angela, we can't ignore you.
Well, everybody knows that I'm not a public speaker. Bill always, is the better speaker of the two of us. And I really appreciate everybody's effort, and supported us through these years. It could not have happened without everybody. And, there's one presenter said that, it grows from the root and we need to nurture it. And we believe that, if we could get children involved in school, to give them the root, the base, they don't have to be a master, and just planted that seed. And as they grow, that seed will start to grow and help them further in life, get their mind and their health together and grow together. And that's very important. Every one of us, in the current Tai Chi community, we all started late in life. Most of us started late in life, and we all wish that we would have been exposed to it earlier, and it will help us develop into a better character. I don't think there would be so much conflict in the world, in our society, if we would have been establishing and cultivating all these benefits through mind, yoga, and Tai Chi and Qigong. And I just hope that this will grow faster than the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, to bring out, the beauty of the world.
Yeah, I had, like on what Angela was saying, when I was in Cub Scouts, when I was a little kid, our Cub Scout leader brought in somebody who I realize now was a yoga teacher, and he taught us a few things that day, and that had a big impact on the rest of my life, just that one exposure to it. So what the Global Transformation Project is advocating is 1 hour a day of mind body. So it'd be 1 hour a day, 5 days a week, kindergarten through 12th grade. So like Angie said, you don't have to be a master to get life-changing benefits out of just being exposed to this. But if kids were being exposed to 1 hour a day of Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness, either in combination or, on different days during the week, you'd have a whole generation of mind-body masters. It would be like the Shaolin Temple in David Carradine's Kung Fu series, remember? Every child would be like a little Kung Fu master when they got out of high school. And it's so doable. Yeah, it's so doable. One thing I want to throw out there, if anybody knows any tech people, I've had several people ask me if the Gospel of Science is going to be an Audible book. And I've had a lot of people ask me that, including a blind guy that came to World Tai Chi Day last year. And I'm technologically challenged. I can't get my computer to create an audio file that meets Audacity standards. If there's any techie people out there, if anybody knows any techie people, please connect them to Bill Douglas at worldtaichiday.org, because it's frustrating because I know a lot more people will become aware of this science if I can get it into a recorded audible book.
And Bill, Angela mentioned that she is not a speaker as such. Well, you've got a competition now, because what she just spoke just a moment back was full of energy, aura, succinct, and very eloquently done. So Angela, if ever Bill is showing you up, tell him, hey, buddy, pipe it. I'm going to speak as well, because you are a very eloquent speaker. You spoke with heart from energy. You know, it reminds me of Effie Chow. Maybe you got affinity towards her, and Effie started with healing like that, bit nervous, and my God, she grew because Sharon and Wai Ching actually had a person. They actually physically met her just before she came to Healing Our Earth. So it's so beautiful. And I think it's the right time now to go to Sharon and Wai Ching, whichever way you want to finish with a bit of Tai Chi and Qigong movements. I saw, Emilia over there, just before Roger was coming, she waved her arms and energy and spoke with a nice soothing voice. So let's have that over here. And meanwhile, just to say, we at Healing Our Earth love you. Go forth, multiply, and don't stop. Don't look back. Just go forth and rock on, as Roger said. And Jem says he will always raise the glass. Wherever you come to Liverpool, it's a different country, as he said, in a part of UK. He'll keep on smiling. And Stephen is always ready with his. Stephen, I love your mascot on your shoulder. So it's so beautiful over here. So Sharon, over to you and Wai Ching Lee.
Well, before I turn it over to Wai Ching, I want to tell you, Bill, you mentioned Li Junfeng. I'm in touch with Jing Li, his daughter, who's doing some recording for me. And his work is now being promoted throughout China. And hers too, she now has what she calls a Tai Chi relaxation. And she's spending a lot more time in China now. And they're loving their work. And their work, is all about unconditional love.
I'm so glad to hear their work is spreading in China, because I know a lot of Chinese Tai Chi has been very physical oriented. And I think Master Li Junfeng, if he can infect that with, that love aura that his Qigong has, that'll be a profound addition to the Chinese Tai Chi, I think.
Yes.
I'm not saying that it's not part of original Chinese Tai Chi. I'm just saying it kind of got physicalized, at some point. And so he could be a huge force. Yeah.
Both of them. She's so lovely. And his is now Shenzhen meditation, and hers is Tai Chi relaxation. So that relaxation and meditation, there it is, global transformation. So Wai Ching, please give us a little closing, and then I have a very beautiful elaboration on chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching to read.
Yes, thank you, Neil and Sharon, for this invitation. And first of all, the thanks goes to Bill and Angela for having the reason for this party, for this convergence of kindred spirits. And it is all of us coming together and be like children. So I was so inspired with being like children. So just let's be children. So in my classes, that's what we do. We bring in the rainbows, and we bring the rainbows, and we hold the rainbows between our hands. So let's all do that. Let's find a little ball of rainbows, and that beautiful ball of rainbows from our hearts as we breathe in and see that rainbow between our hands. And you know where we are going with this is the chi ball and the sphere. So everyone see the rainbows, little boys and girls out there. So, oh yeah, the little one. So let's take it in and breathe that into our hearts. Breathing in love, and breathing out love. And sending out all the love to our moms and dads and brothers and sisters, and all our friends and all our pets, and little animals and flowers and trees and the sky, the puffy clouds and the stars, the sun and the moon, and bring them into our bodies. Breathe them in and feel how sweet it is to be with them. Breathing and bring it down to Mother Earth. Oh, yes, down to the earth. And we go down, 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 down. Yes, to Mother Earth, and bring up Mother Earth again. To Father Sky, terrestrial to celestial. And bring them together as yin and yang, into our hearts, into the center. Breathe it into the hearts, into our, all the way down into the earth, and bring it up again, the spine. Yes, and up into the sky. And down again, bring down the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the planets, and the rainbows into our minds, into our bodies, into our hearts. And then we send out this love with our little fingers. Yay, like waves on the ocean, the rivers. And we bring our little stuffed animals. And we bring in the inner smile and the inner giggle. And we give ourselves a big hug, a la Dame Dr. Effie Chow. She would love this. 3 big hugs and 3 belly laughters a day. Oh. A couple of giggles would be fine too. Yes. Oh, and we just stroke ourselves down with love and feel our bodies and how much we love our bodies, our little shells. And we love ourselves and we love everyone and everything in our lives. So sending love to everyone. One more final hug. Yes. Yeah. This is so cute. This dog. I love it. I have a few of those. I'll bring them for the party. So everybody, did you like that Qigong meditation?
Beautiful.
Yeah. Yay.
Yeah, I'm going to start including this stuff in my classes. Yeah.
Oh,
this
good.
has
That's
been
what I do
awesome.
with That's what I do with the kids. Yay. And then we go into spontaneous Qigong. So everybody just dance. All right, everybody, just do your little dance. Do your happy dance, everyone. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. Okay. Happy dance, James. Where's your happy dance, James? That's it. That's it. Happy Chi dance. Mita, Lata, come on.
And I am living proof that your dance doesn't have to be beautiful.
I know. It's like, you see how kids dance, right? That's what they do. Dash around.
My granddaughter does. I try to teach my granddaughter, my 4-year-old granddaughter, how to do Tai Chi. She says, I do yoga Tai Chi, gong gong. I do yoga Tai Chi. Or no, she said, I do ballet. I do ballet Tai Chi. Ballet Tai Chi.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, for the teenagers, I have techno Tai Chi. But yay, that spontaneous Qigong, right? The Qi, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
the children have so much Qi flowing. Let's
It would come so naturally to children, so naturally.
Already, it was so fun.
They're already doing it, yeah.
And they get it. Let's get it, okay? Let's get it together.
Yes, we will. And it's been such a pleasure to be with you all today. And thank you so much for being here. And I want to close by reading this, he called it Elaboration on Chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching by our beloved John Milton, who has been many times on Healing Our Earth. Empty yourself of all experienced forms, inner and outer. Allow the contracted, distracted, restless mind to rest at peace in stillness, silence, and space. Limitless forms of inner and outer nature arise, manifest, and dissolve like images in a clear mirror. While one's true source nature witnesses the ceaseless flow of these changing forms, these experiences arise, flourish, flower, then return to source. Follow all limitless expressions back into unbounded, clear source awareness. Returning to source opens stillness, silence, and space. True nature, source, this is the way of nature. The way of nature is unchanging. Without certainty in the way, the foundation is obscured. Realizing confidence in the way, primordial source awareness opens. This pristine, clear openness reveals the heart of compassion. A compassionate heart and flowing one with true nature support true leadership. Cultivating true leadership, one realizes the sacred way. Embodying the sacred way, one flows with the Tao. The Tao is boundless, unchanging source. Although life's experiences and one's form pass away, the Tao is unchanging. It's been a joy to be with you all today. We'll see you next week on Healing Our Earth. Lots of